Welcome back to another episode on the MLD Balls page. And this is going to be the final 2026 NFL mock draft. First thing I'm going to do is I don't know if I should keep the trade ups. Maybe I'm going to put it to where, you know, there's no trade ups in this. There's no trade ups in this. This is if the teams ain't trade up, just sit where they at. 7 rounds, by the way. I'm gonna name this final. This is my final big board. I haven't shared my big board with y'all, and that's crazy because it's after the draft at this point. And with pick one in the NFL draft, I don't gotta explain this too much, right? It's Fernando Mendoza. Understand they went Kirk Cousins. In this video, what I'm gonna do differently is I'm gonna actually have a plan, unlike other teams, and show you how me drafting and the team that just drafted would have been totally different because the Raiders didn't get any offensive line help. They got Tyler Linderbaum on a crazy deal, Colton Miller coming back from injury, and after that, bro, they could have completed this unit for your superstars and Genty and Mendoza, who you hope could be a star player, and then allow Brock Bowers to play off the play action with the good offensive line and stuff. That's how you win with a team that has Fernando Mendoza. I don't think Champ Bailey and Darrell Revis getting drafted by the Raiders in this draft would change like their Super Bowl odds. But if they got an offensive line that's blocking, moving for Genty, letting Fernando Mendoza just, keep playing behind a great offensive line and all that, and that's different. They just drafted a whole bunch of defensive backs after paying a good amount of defensive backs. Pick two for the Jets. It's a QB needy team, man. Ty Simpson, Garrett Nussmeier, psych. This quarterback class isn't worth it. I like what the Jets did, getting their next year quarterback in an awesome situation. Pick two, David Bailey. I actually like the pick. I know a lot of people are not too fond of his play, but think about it like this. With how productive of a pass rusher he was, let's say he develops a bit of run defense, right? Because all these other players like Arvell Reese and stuff, we say they're going to develop, right? Why can't David Bailey develop run defense? If David Bailey plays good run defense one day, he's a legit Hall of Famer. Like, if David Bailey plays run defense with the way that he gets at the quarterback, he's a Hall of Famer. Pick two of the Jets going David Bailey. I'm gonna stick with that. I don't hate David Bailey. He clocked in running the same 40 time as Tyreek Hill. This dude is awesome. Pick three. I don't love the Jeremiah Love pick, even though he's the best player in the draft. It doesn't mean that you go and take him. Yeah, I know it sounds crazy not saying not to take the best player in the draft, but I'm going Francis Mauigoa right here for the Arizona Cardinals. You get an offensive tackle for whatever running back you could have drafted later on. Next year's running back class is stacked. Dude, you need an offensive line that could develop before you get that special running back in the room. And right here, Mauigoa could be that offensive lineman for Jaden Bogg, Ahmad Hardy, Keywan Lacey. In next year's draft class, there is a good amount of running backs. Even in this year's draft class, you could have just took one later. Pick four for the Tennessee Titans. I love what they did in going wide receiver. I'm gonna go with my wide receiver one. Carnell Tate is my wide receiver two. But I could totally understand going with Carnell Tate instead of Tyson. He be hurt so much, but like Tyson is the better player. It just is he gonna stay healthy? And with Tate and Cam Ward, that's gonna be someone who plays football. And Cam Ward, all he need is people that play football next to him, in my opinion. I think Cam Ward is special, y'all. I think Cam Ward is like so good that the Titans have a chance to win the division with how good Cam Ward has been. Pick five for the New York Football Giants. We went Arvell Reese, man. Man, dude. He's a great player, but like a Mansour Delane would have been dude. What's his name? Abdul Carter. He led the league for rookies in pressures that year. And Brian Burns was second in sacks, and then we go get Arvell Reese, man. I love my team, bro. You just gotta love it. When Caleb Downs is on the board, I looked at it like this for Giants fans. Arvell Reese is a great QB spy, but like we drafting a QB spy at pick 5, man. I don't know about that. Caleb Downs could do the same QB spy stuff. He could play linebacker. He could play coverage. He could blitz. Caleb Downs is just better than Arvell Reese. What are we doing, man? I really like Caleb Downs' play right here, especially that Francis Mauigoa is off the board, and then just go back and take an offensive lineman maybe. Mansour Delane, looking back at it as a Giants fan, I wish I would have been more, intrigued with the thought of Mansour Delane. Colton Hood is cool and all, but like Mansour Delane, he was legit, bro. Look, Mansour Delane plays so well. He's making me think about him. It's him or Caleb Downs. I'm gonna go Caleb Downs. I love Caleb Downs' game. He's who I wanted the whole time. Right here for the Chiefs. Do I stick it with that trade that they did, or do I take a Jeremiah Love for the Browns? Like Jeremiah Love is still on the board, and I said he's the best player in the draft. It just how high do you take a running back? I don't think you let Jeremiah Love pass the Commanders though. Like imagine if the Commanders could have got Jeremiah Love and just had Jaden Daniels, Jeremiah Love, and that's the future of the offense. Whatever you plug and play at wide receiver next to Terry McLaurin is gonna work just because Jeremiah Love there. Caleb Downs though, I am happy with that as a Giants fan instead of Jeremiah Love. I love Cam Scatterbo. Pick 6 for the Browns. You could go Arvell Reese. You could go Jeremiah Love. But like those are two positions they got last year. And they played well. Sonny Styles played well. Carnell Tate. If Carnell Tate is there on the board at pick 6, you gotta take him, huh? You gotta go Carnell Tate or who's the best offensive lineman. They went Spencer Fano. I'm not that high on Spencer Fano. I'm not low on him either. I'm looking at Caleb Lamu, but I think this team probably ideally just does that trade again, right? Who would the Saints take if it was me? The Saints will probably just take Arvell Reese actually in this world. Arvell Reese, Ruben Bain. Will the Saints take Mansour Delane to make the Chiefs trade up? Because it's me doing the draft, so I know who the Saints would take. I don't think I'd have the Saints take Mansour Delane, given the Chiefs no reason to make this trade up. So at 6 for the Browns, I'm looking towards offensive line. Carnell Tate. It might just be Carnell Tate, right? But I like what they did in real life too, just taking their favorite offensive lineman and then going with the receivers. But you just got to play the board at this point. Fano, like I said, I'm not highly intrigued off of him. Taking Owan at pick 6 is that crazy? I understand he's a guard, but like if he's that good, right? Like you got to take the best players on the board. I'm looking towards Owan at pick 6. I know that's crazy, but like my favorite offensive lineman besides that is Caleb Lamu and Gennings Dunker. Gennings Dunker is the pick here. A lot of people ain't as high on Gennings Dunker as me. Gennings Dunker is the pick here at 6. It's him, Lamu, or Tate. I'm leaning towards Tate actually because okay. I'm getting to my final decisions with this Browns pick. You start to see why they traded out of it in real life. Okay. Clock running down. You got Reese. You got Love. You got Tate. Damn, you got Tate. You got Tate. You got Reese. You got Tate Reese. Tate Reese. Tate is, oh man. Reese is, oh man. And then what else? Delane. Ruben Bain next to Myles Garrett would have been awesome, but Sonny Styles. I'm looking at Owan, man. Owan or a wide receiver. What do you think that Spencer Fano is going to come in here and play? I think he's going to be a guard, and He's gonna be a swing tackle. I don't love that. Spencer Fano is not a bad player though. I'm leaning towards on right here. I'm gonna look around more, see what I like. Bro, Owan right here at pick six, believe it or not, I do think he's that good. And then that's what they kind of want Spencer Fano to do. It just looks better because he could also have the versatility to play tackle. But who's here to say that Owan doesn't also? I'm thinking Owan as high as pick six, which sounds wild, but what else would I do? Wide receiver? Wide receiver is cool, but the Browns got a lot of wide receiver options. I mean, what picks do we have? You got pick in the second round. You have 39. You could double down on wide receivers. You feel me? And then get Owan. I don't think there's gonna be offensive linemen as good as Owan later on. Actually, I lied. I might just go Tate. I'm doing a lot of talking. I'm doing a lot of talking on this Browns pick. I'm gonna speed it up after this because y'all, I'm doing 7 rounds and I'm only on pick six. I got 200 more to go, and we 10 minutes in. Like, I don't know how long this stream about to be, but thank you for anybody that's tuning in after. I'm gonna make a Twitter dedicated to going over film, show y'all my analysis, how I get onto this draft board stuff, how I get the players ranking. But the sixth player in this draft, man, holy, this is a hard one. Okay. I don't need Jeremiah Love on this team, especially with how the offensive line unit is looking. So he's off the table. Arvell Reese, I just think there's better players. Sonny Styles is awesome, but no. Carnell Tate, Mansour Delane. I understand why they went final. It's just his ability to play tackle also. But to me, on a serious note, this is why this is what I would do. Jennings Dunker is the pick here. He could play right tackle. He could play right guard. He's an awesome offensive lineman, y'all. Personally, my offensive lineman won in the class. I wanted to take him for the Giants, but Caleb Downs is on the board. Pick six. I go on to the Browns and do stupid stuff. I go ahead and take Jennings Dunker, but I really think that highly of him, a player that I'm super high on. He's on the Steelers. We're going to see how his career pans out. And then pick seven, we're going Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love is a dog. Get him on that team, bro. It's over. Pick eight, you got to go Carnell Tate to complete that. I don't see why the Chiefs were. I mean, Mansour Delane did go on LSU, right? Baton Rouge, and you got New Orleans, but you got Chris Olave and Carnell Tate to complete that Ohio State wide receiver tandem. And the Chiefs, I'm gonna let them get Mansour Delane still because I do like Mansour Delane. I do think Mansour Delane is awesome. So Giants go ahead and got Caleb Downs, and I am gonna force offensive line here. Caleb Lamu is awesome. Owan is awesome. Well, if we got bro to play guard, I mean, why not just get Owan to do it, right? I mean, I understand that Mao Yoga, when Jermaine Illuminar is gone, is gonna become our right tackle. But I mean, Caleb Lamu's on the board, right? You could just turn Caleb Lamu into a left guard. I mean, I can't wait to see what the Patriots do with Caleb Lamu. He just fell. You had to take him with where he fell, and I thought his tape was amazing, bro. I'm leaning towards a Caleb Lamu right here for the Giants. You go ahead, make that running game stronger. You go ahead and get you a dog. And then what? They got John Runyon there currently. Dude, you gotta go offensive line here if you the Giants, right? Okay, let me see what's on the board. You got Reese still, who they went in real life at pick 5, so they thought he was the best player. But I don't see a point of Reese, bro. Even Ruben Bain would have made more sense than Arvell Reese because he could play inside of Bain, and I mean Bain could play inside of the tandem that we got in Burns and Abdul Carter. He could play the 3 tech next to those guys and having them on the edge, and then go ahead and maybe take a wide receiver here. Casey Concepcion's on the board, but I'm leaning towards offensive line for the Giants here. You got Spencer Fano, Caden Proctor, Caleb Lamu. Yeah, just plug in Caleb Lamu at left guard. But at the same time, if you're gonna do that, just get Owen, right? Just get Owen, plug Owen at guard. Or is there another swing tackle thing we can do? Is there another swing tackle thing we could do? I'm leaning towards just getting Caleb Lamu, sticking him at left guard, keep it pushing. Even though he's not a left guard, if Andrew Thomas ever hurt, slide him in right there at tackle, and then we're gonna have an awesome team. Caden Proctor is super cool, but I just like Lamu's tape. Him against David Bailey, who got took at pick 2, was an awesome matchup that he was able to hold his own ground against. And right here for the Dolphins, would have took Dunker for them if he was available. Would have took Lamu if he was available. Would have took Francis Mahioga if he's available. I'm actually gonna keep the pick in Proctor. Yeah, Proctor. I think he is even my tackle 4. I think even ranked here. I'm gonna wait to see. Yeah. Proctor is my tackle 4. Getting drafted here, perfect. Owen is maybe better, but if I was the Dolphins manager, I would stick Proctor at right tackle, believe it or not. Like, I heard that they're going to play him at left guard. That's why I'm doing a 7-round mock draft, and we're going to maybe draft some guard play to be next to a Caden Proctor with him at right tackle. Arvell Reese is still on the board. The Cowboys had an awesome pick right here because they have so much on the board, and it was like that in real life. They just sat there and took Caleb Downs. In my world, Caleb Downs is the first one gone because I am a Giants fan. Oh, we got the Caleb duo in New York, which is awesome. And Dallas is gonna still get an awesome player. Arvell Reese, Sonny Styles, Ruben Bain. Where did they go in real life? They went safety, like I said. But in this world, it looks like, dude, Ruben Bain to the to the Cowboys would be so awesome. Dude, Ruben Bain just to the Cowboys would be a problem. Arvell Reese too is cool, but like Ruben Bain, dude, how did we let Ruben Bain fall to 15? How am I letting Ruben Bain fall to 12? Dude, Ruben Bain already fell to 12. Got to take Ruben Bain, man. He's a better player than Arvell Reese and Sonny Styles. The Rams, I can't believe they took quarterback here, man. Literally anything I do here is going to make the Rams a better team. And I'm at the point where, how did you not go Kenyon Sadiq? Or just like an offensive lineman, bro? Like, Owan, bro. You let the Ravens get Owan, bro. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Like, the Rams depth chart, I'm going to look it up in real life to see, like, do they even have that one tight end who always is there still? I forgot his name. Tyler Higbee. Okay, Tyler Higbee still is there, but Kenyon Sadiq, I think he's like, if you put him in the right situation, a Hall of Fame type of talent. He could have replaced Devontae Adams in the future as your red zone jump ball target, and you need another option on this Rams team. It really looks like Kenyon Sadiq is the pick here, man. I don't see where else you would go. Maybe a Peter Woods. Peter Woods, bro. Like, this team could have did anything almost but what they did. Even a corner. You went ahead and got a McDuffie. Go ahead and get another corner. Trading Stooks. Dude, this team could have went so many ways but what they did. That's disappointing. I feel like in the playoffs, this was a team that was getting no pressure also. I didn't even really like Ty Simpson that much to take him in the first round. Even like Jadarian Price would have helped this team more. I'm looking around what I would do. I'm thinking Kenyon Sadiq is the pick here, man. The Jets got him at 16 is a steal. And Matthew Stafford being able to throw to Kenyon Sadiq, I think he's a great blocker. I think Kenyon Sadiq fell already too far. Pick 14. I mean, you got to go on here, right? Just he fell here. He's still on the board. You go on. Even though you got some studs on the board, I just don't think linebacker position is the one to draft too high in the draft. I'm not the type of person to even hate drafting a certain position for real. I did take Jeremiah Love in the top 10. There's limits, bro. They took him at 3. Holy. At 7, even that's a bit high, but that team was a hurt team that is ready for a running back. This Tampa Bay team got Ruben Bain in real life. You probably only get worse from that. Sonny Styles would be a great Levante David replacement, right? You just get Sonny Styles and no Levante David is going to be replaced. It's that simple. Sonny Styles is a Hall of Fame player. No cap. It maybe hold on. Sonny Styles, David Bailey together, and the Jets would be awesome if he could fall one more spot. And Reese is on the board. Like Reese is someone who you could take here. But nah, it is one of those linebackers, right? Is it Reese because his team needs pressure? His team needs pass rush production. Um, Reese is a great run stopper, so he fits in. Did I just convince myself to Reese to the Bucks at 15? Jets almost could have got Reese and David Bailey, and we were competing and debating on who should they draft that too. But right here, I think I'm gonna go with two linebackers back to back in Reese and Sonny Styles. It's just hard to see who I'm gonna take first because Sonny Styles is the better player, but Reese has the higher upside. I'm gonna go Reese Sonny. Yeah, Reese Sonny. Reese does have crazy upside. I love that stuff for sure. But Sonny Styles or a wide receiver here because they got Kenyon Sadiq here in real life. That's not gonna happen again. Their next pick is at what? They currently at 16 and they pick again at 33. So maybe you could just take a wide receiver there. The wide receivers aren't going to be as good though. Next year's wide receiver class is cool too. But right here, if you're the Jets, yeah, you just got to go best player available. You got David Bailey already. Do you go ahead and take a Sonny Styles? Sonny Styles shouldn't be here, y'all. I let Sonny Styles fall to 16. Like, you just got Demario Davis. Is he gonna be there for that much longer? You could have David Bailey, Sonny Styles on defense. That's almost something you got to say yes to, especially after losing the chance to have Kenyon Sadiq. But you gain Sonny Styles now. The Jets, your defense gets better with Sonny Styles for sure. The Lions right here, offensive tackle play is where I would go with this pick. I'm leaning towards a Spencer Fano, believe it or not. Like, he's not terrible. Markel Bell, Austin Barber also are better to me than Monroe Freeland. Chase, you get guard play. You could get guard play. I would have liked to put Penei Sewell back at right tackle, believe it or not. Just get Markel Bell. Get one of these guys that can just play tackle for you. Monroe Freeling isn't my favorite pick, dude. I'm not that high on Monroe Freeling. Watching him play on Georgia, he just looked like average. I don't know. He just didn't look like the type of guy to like make me, take him in the first round. He's not a bad player though either, and he has the crazy tools, traits. I'm seeing it. He's 6'7", long arms, but right here for the Lions, they don't have an offensive lineman I love. Blake Miller is where they went. I didn't like that pick. I'm not really too high on Blake Miller. Austin Barber is better. Austin Barber. So maybe I'd go Austin Barber as high as pick 17. But at that point, am I drafting off need too much? Who else would go left tackle here? In Austin Barber. Like the Lions, would they have another chance at a tackle like this? At pick 50, Austin Barber is good enough to be in the first round to me. I do really think Austin Barber is that good. Markel Bell or Austin Barber are the options for me. You got a crazy traits in Markel Bell, who also has had good production, or you go Austin Barber, who has a little bit of both. Man, I almost want to lean towards Markel Bell. Is that crazy? I feel like Markel Bell is a better option to play tackle than Spencer Fano. I don't think so. Spencer Fano, his short arms, they're tiny. You feel me? And like Markel Bell, watching him, he's just like playing around with people sometimes. I'm going to take. Wow, is Markel Bell good enough for me to take him right here, though. Is that a reach on Markel Bell? Do I wait with offensive linemen for the Lions and take my third favorite edge rusher in Zion Young? Y'all, I know y'all got more, and you got that duo in Derek Moore and Aiden Hutchinson, which is cool. But like Zion Young is better. Zion Young is a dog. I do want to go trench play for the Lions. And Peter Woods is also cool. Peter Woods is cool. But like I want to go trench play Zion Young next to Aiden Hutchinson. That just sounds awesome. And we're gonna get a left tackle in round 2. Yeah, now I did want to get a tackle for them, but Zion Young is just that good. 18 for the Vikings. I didn't like the Caleb Banks pick at all. I mean, even Spencer Fano at this point, right? Dylan Thieneman is just a pick, no. Yeah, it's just Dylan Thieneman. I don't know why they didn't do anything but Dylan Thieneman. Yeah, Dylan Thieneman. Great safety. Pick 20. Pick 19 for the Panthers. We're gonna go Casey Concepcion. I like his ability to move with the ball in his hands, get separation. I think Bryce Young needs outside receivers. I don't like him with a slot. Maybe a Denzel Boston, you could convince me, is better than Casey Concepcion. There are a couple players that you could convince me, but this wide receiver class is just good. And I think Bryce Young needs sideline receivers to throw to. I'm going to get Casey Concepcion here. Pick 20. The Cowboys went with what earlier? Got them Ruben Bain. We got the freaking Cowboys. Ruben Bain, bro. Ruben Bain. And then what else? Bro, if you can get this team Ruben Bain and Peter Woods, that'd be so nasty. But like, I think they play the same position. I think both of them are 3 techs where they need to be next to a nose tackle, but they'd have that in Kenny Clark. Right here for the Cowboys. Start wanting to look at Akeem Mesidor, huh? Get that duo just right back. That duo that won the championship, get them right back, man. Offensive line play, you can never look at it like something the Cowboys can't do, right? What did the Cowboys do here? Oh, they went Malachi Lawrence. I could only do better. Malachi Lawrence is such a sloppy edge rusher. Maybe you could just go ahead and get the Miami duo. Would that be crazy, y'all? Go ahead, get the Miami duo back in Akeem Mesidor and Ruben Bain just right there on the Cowboys as a rotation next to Kenny Clark, Q Will. Like that would be a problem. Go ahead, get the duo right back that got the team to the championship, right? Akeem Mesidor isn't a bad pick here. They took, yeah, bro. Like I said, they took Malachi Lawrence in real life, man. Like who is my edge for? I think it is Akeem Mesidor. I'm gonna go Akeem Mesidor. This team went safety, and they went with linebacker. Is there a guy who is just better than Akeem Mesidor on the board? Like, is there a clear-cut better player than Akeem Mesidor? Peter Woods is in that debate. Peter Woods and Ruben Bain, though, like, Peter Woods and Ruben Bain would be sick. Peter Woods and Ruben Bain would be sick. Peter Woods and Ruben Bain would be sick, right? Man, Akeem Mesidor is cool though. I do really like Akeem Mesidor, but like Peter Woods and Ruben Bain is just sick, right? Oh man. I can't let Peter Woods fall anymore. I do have Peter Woods as a top 10 player in this class. Maybe I should have took Peter Woods to the Vikings since they want defensive tackles so bad, but I'm gonna take Peter Woods right here to the Cowboys. I got him as the top 10 player in this class. I'm thinking Makai Lemon to the Steelers. Go ahead, get you a nice option next to DK. And yeah, they fit next to each other pretty well. Pick 22. The Chargers. This is a team that like maybe this is where I'd have Spencer Fano go. Where like maybe he could play tackle for y'all, but no matter what, he's a better guard than what they had going on, you know? And then he could play swing tackle, right? Like Kalen Rutledge is even a better play than Spencer Fano to me though, because like he just come in and be an awesome guard for you. Um, Freeling, Fano. There's some other players I like more than Fano now. I do still think Fano is a good player, probably like a day two pick to me. Um, Chargers though, you got quarterback, you got an option to go with wide receiver, but not where I would. Offensive line is really where I'm looking. Offensive line is really where I'm looking if I'm the Chargers. D line isn't a bad option in like Caden McDonald. That would be cool. Akeem Mesidor is where they win in real life, actually. Fun fact, him and Khalil Mack are teammates. Akeem Mesidor is where I wanted to go a couple picks ago, too, man. Is there someone better than Akeem Mesidor, though? Um, Believe it or not, I like the Chargers edge room. Like Khalil Mack and Tully was a good duo to me. Like I feel like Caden McDonald is more of Lee Hunter is more of where this team could have gone, or just straight up interior. This team did still get interior later on in the draft, right? With like Jake Slaughter. Like the Chargers, they had a very good draft that I don't think they'd be able to replicate for me just because how good I thought it was. Um, Jake Slaughter to play right guard isn't bad at all. But I, I might go Fano to play right guard, but Jake Slaughter almost like as good as Fano. I think they are almost as good as each other, which is a great value for the Chargers when you look at it, right? Akeem Mesidor was a good pick, right? Huh? You got Khalil Mack, Akeem Mesidor, Bud Dupree. I even like I said, Thule. Do you just stick out with pick 22 and go with Akeem Mesidor again? Spencer Fano is on the board for me. Pick 22 for the Chargers. This is a good one. Edge, was that a need though? Edge, defensive tackle is more like I said, where I look at this Chargers team, like they're weak in the middle, man. I like even Kyle Kennard, who they could just let develop. I didn't. Akeem Mesidor is a good player, though, right? Like, dude, that's why I'm thinking about just keeping it. I'm thinking about just going Akeem Mesidor again. Dude, Emmanuel Pregnon fell like crazy. Like, and I'm thinking about taking him right here for the Chargers. He ended up being a day what pick. Emmanuel Pregnon right here to play the left side. Or Akeem Mesidor. Akeem Mesidor might have just been the right pick, right? Am I trying too hard to change it up? I'm gonna stick with the Akeem Mesidor pick because I maybe would have had the Eagles took him right here. I think I would have had the Eagles take him right here for sure. No cap. Right here for the Eagles. I'm thinking Jayshon Barham. Thinking like Jayshon Barham or TJ Parker, guys that could just come in and at least play the run, right? Like this team just got Makai Lemon actually in real life, which is awesome. Omar Cooper would be cool. Denzel Boston. Omar Cooper would almost give you more of the hey, AJ Brown could get traded hype because Makai Lemon is just a slot to me. Omar Cooper is like a slot outside all around type of dude. And if you could get Omar Cooper to just almost take AJ Brown role, that's scary, right? Eagles though, I might go a round 2 wide receiver for this team and take guy like TJ Parker. This team could use wide receiver for sure, but like, nah, I think that was just a Makai Lemon won the Biletkoff Award, and he's still here. What is we doing? We gotta go ahead and take him. But is it Spencer Fano? Like right guard, you play Spencer Fano until Lane Johnson is gone, or like Cameron Williams could go ahead and replace Lane Johnson at right tackle. You just go ahead and put Spencer Fano in at right guard, which I think a team is going to do in the Browns. So they're going to play him at center or guard, in my opinion. If you could get this guy to play center or guard, that'd be awesome. But the Eagles could go other ways. TJ Parker to me is a good player, y'all. I'm gonna go TJ Parker for the Eagles. Good run defender, solid player, great build. Right here for the Browns. Where did we go earlier? We went Jennings Dunker. I'm thinking Denzel Boston here, which they did actually acquire him later on in the second round. So we're gonna get Dunker. They could go ahead and get Fano here too, but that just shows you what I think about the Fano pick, y'all. I do like the Boston pick. I like the KC Concepcion pick, but the Fano pick in the top 10, especially, bro. I wonder if if another team would have took him in the top 10. Like I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Spencer Fano wasn't all that to me, but he's not bad either. Like I don't want to sit here and like he's not a good player, right? Because I would compare him to like a Joe Thuney, maybe a guy who he's going to be a good guard for sure, and we're going to see how he sticks in that tackle. Um, right here talking about Joe Thuney, we're going to take the Bears maybe a left tackle. This team got Dalen Thieneman in real life, which is awesome, right? This could be a Markel Bell spot, right? Markel Bell and Joe Thuney just blocking people would be awesome, right? Jedrick Wills did sign here too. I'm thinking Markel Bell so far. You got defensive line play that I would love on the Bears. I would love for the Bears to get a good edge rusher. I'm not seeing the edge rusher though that would put this team over that hump. Monroe Freeland is starting to like be a name because like tackle is still tackle play at the end of the day. I understand how important tackle play is, but I might go Austin Barber first. Yeah. I do like Austin Barber the most out of these guys. Markel Bell is fun though. Like, even though I think Austin Barber is better today, Markel Bell is somebody who I just feel like in the first round, this is the type of guy who you could develop with what he does with his arm length and all that. Man, Markel Bell is a first round type of everything besides what he was doing on the day where who was this guy? David? I keep saying his name wrong. I keep calling Derek Moore David. Besides when Derek Moore put him on his ass, and he's gonna be on the Lions maybe. So in this world, if Derek Moore ended back on the Lions, that's scary for the Bears. But I think that was also due to him just making the championship run. Markel Bell was playing awesome the whole college playoffs. And then that Senior Bowl, like, bro, come on, bro. He got put on his butt, was crazy. But I think Markel Bell is a great investment, especially to be a final piece on that Bears offensive line. Like, he would be the final piece. You got Darnell Wright, you got Garrett Bradbury, Joe Thuney. Braxton Jones replacement is kind of needed. And for the Bills right here, I would have just gone wide receiver. I would have just took on Mark Cooper. Yeah, the Bills, right? You just take on Mark Cooper. You just take Omar Cooper and keep it pushing. He played great with Mendoza. Josh Allen's better. Josh Allen is better. Right here for the 49ers, this is a team that has like almost some egregious needs. They took, what was it, Stribling here, or did they trade back to take Stribling? Huh? These guards is like, this is the play for them. Kalen Rutledge, Emmanuel Pregnon, like Spencer Fano though. Is this where you stop it? Right? Nah. Well, they got a right tackle in what's his name? For whenever Trent Williams is gone, the 49ers will still have a right tackle. The Browns and Spencer Fano, I think that's he could play tackle or guard thing. With the 49ers, like, he just be at guard. Colton McDude would be playing good at right tackle for the 49ers. Kalen Rutledge, though, just come in there and be an awesome guard. I'm thinking Emmanuel Pregnon. I know Emmanuel Pregnon ended up going in the third round. I think taking him in the first round isn't crazy. The Jaguars, that was like their only good pick of the day. If the 49ers would have went ahead and got Pregnon, and then, you got to wait for some receivers later on. Yeah, That's not crazy to me. Prognon right here in the first round. I know he was nothing near that in the real NFL draft, but hey, Kalen Rutledge and him were first round talents to me. I thought this was an awesome guard class. Um, Maybe I am thinking about Rutledge here though. Um, Rutledge here, just keep him to the just keep Rutledge to the Texans. I know they traded up for him, but he's a first round talent too. The Chiefs. Maybe this is where I let the Spencer Fano drop finally go to an end. Um, Spencer Fano, like he is talented as a first rounder. He is, but like he had abused by David Bickley, and his arms are tiny. Like that kind of scares me. Him to the Chiefs though. I mean, it's not crazy, right? The Dolphins got Gennings Dunker earlier, I believe. Oh, they got Caden Proctor. So like Caden Proctor and what's his name? Spencer Fano. If the Chiefs don't get who I think they're gonna take in Spencer Fano, I really like Blake Miller, like I iterated earlier. Guard play, Chiefs. I think they're more in need of a right tackle play. Just the right side of the line for the Chiefs just need to get better. Getting a Spencer Fano here is kind of ideal for me. The Chiefs not doing anything about their offensive line and keeping Jalen Moore there, kind of like whatever. I guess this Jalen Moore dude gets so much trust. I don't think Jalen Moore is the way to go if I'm the Chiefs Nation, right? Chris Bell, you could go wide receiver. What else could the Chiefs do, right? You could go D line, you could go edge. They went defense in real life, huh? Chris Johnson, dude, trading Stooks. I love trading Stooks. Trading Stooks, first round talent, yeah. And then this is an older Chiefs team that could use a guy who he came from a torn ACL and already proved that like he can run 4.3. Like that torn ACL is not a problem with Stooks. I might go Stooks. What is the options? You got Stooks or Fano. Fano is cool. I think I'm gonna go Stooks, Fano, and then we're gonna see what receiver we land in New England. Stooks is awesome. Yeah, like the Raiders taking Stooks was a good pick, like talent wise. It's just that, like, dude, if any team could stay away from corner, right? R. Mason Thomas was a great pick by the Chiefs too. I'm gonna go trade Stooks for the Chiefs. They really want corner. They got Ruben Bain earlier. Ruben Bain trading Stooks is awesome. Peter Woods and what else? Mansour Delane is where they went in real life. I think this is almost just as good as a draft for the Chiefs, man. And then we're gonna slide in Spencer Fano here to the Miami Dolphins. You just figure out what you're gonna do with Fano and Proctor on the offensive line. I think this is just a team that needs better offensive line. And then you go find out what you do with the receivers after, bro. Like, I'm so disappointed in the Dolphins that like they ain't improved their offensive line as much as they could have, with especially as many picks as they have. The New England Patriots, they literally took the definition of like a luxury pick, and they went with what's bro name Caleb Lamu. If you could just take luxury picks and wait, why not just go with a Chris Bell who could like legitimately play awesome role for you. R. Mason Thomas, got Jacob Rodriguez, you got a lot of players that the Patriots could go with. I like Eric McAllister in the first round, who didn't even get drafted though, right? That's when you gotta chill, I think. Eric McAllister, I would have taken him here before the draft went, but like he went undrafted, right? Maybe I could just wait on him at round 2 at this point. Eric McAllister with Drake May would have been awesome. Where is Eric McAllister ranked? 233. I guess I'm higher on Eric McAllister than I should be. Eric McAllister is a good player, y'all. Maybe I'm the one tripping. Patriots though, maybe you do wait for wide receiver. There is a lot of wide receiver talent that you could come back to. I'm trying to look. What Cassius Howell, I do like his production, his ability to play in the passing lanes, and the Patriots could use an edge rusher. I know that his arms are tiny and stuff. I know that there's Derek Moore probably a safer pick though, right? There's a lot of way that this Patriots team could go. They went tackle though. I don't think that was a need, man. I think that was just Caleb Lamu. What I took him pick 10. I took Caleb Lamu in the top 10, and they got a top 10 player at pick 31. I think that's just what that was. You sometimes you just got to take what's in your face. The Patriots got a starting six of offensive linemen. Um, what I would have done though, mock draft. So what would I do right here with the Patriots at pick 31? Monroe Freeling may be something that they would love, right? You get Monroe Freeling, you stick in Will Campbell at guard, but they got Elijah Vera Tucker. You see, I'm not going offensive line. I don't know what that team's gonna do with their offensive line. Um, Will Campbell isn't terrible. Just his arm length is why he would have fell for me. The same reason I am letting Spencer Fano fall. Like good player. I just think that they're a guard. I think Spencer Fano would look similar to Will Campbell in the NFL. He's a better guard. A lot of tackles are better guards. It's just what it is. The position of tackle is harder. Um, and it's a little bit more trait based. Pick 31 for the Patriots, though, man. Anthony Hill Jr. would be awesome on this team, but like, I'd also just like a weapon. I just want a weapon on the Patriots. Am I crazy? Dejon Striblin is actually a good player. People hate that pick, and like, it's growing on me. Dion Burks is awesome. He fell crazy. Brandon Thompson, running backs isn't a need here. You got Travion Henderson. It would be a cool pick though, right? Just take a running back with that offensive line you got with Travion Henderson. You just got Travion Henderson and Jadarian Price. That would be a great duo. Um, the Patriots, dude. I like the idea of Eric McAllister. It just he went undrafted. I feel like that's crazy. Um, Dejon Striblin, he's like, man, Eric McAllister going undrafted, like, is changing how I feel on this. I'm thinking Chris Bell. If you could wait for Caleb Lamu, you could wait for Chris Bell. Chris Bell is good enough to wait for if I'm the Patriots, especially with how much you need a wide receiver. He's like resemblance of DK Metcalf. He's the player on my board. I wish I could change how low I was on him. And this team, easy Jadarian Price. Easy. It took how long? It took 47 minutes for me to go through round one, which isn't a good thing because I want to do 7 rounds, y'all. We are at pick 33, and let's see how many more I got to go. The NFL, they take a couple days for this. I'm at 257 minus 33, y'all. Like 257 minus 33. I have 200 more picks to go. And this means I got to speed up the process. We almost an hour in. I got 200 more picks to go. So time to start off round 2. The Jets, what have I done for them? Now I could go here, cancel out the drafted. And the Jets have left the draft so far with David Bailey and Sonny Styles. Like, that is cracked. I still ended up going David Bailey at 2. Sonny Styles, and this team that desperately could use cornerback play still isn't getting corner. But like, who is available? You got Monroe Freeling, who could play guard for them, but no. You got Caden McDonald. You got Ty Simpson, but no. You do need a wide receiver next to for sure Garrett Wilson. This team right here would have ended off with what Omar Cooper right here is cracked. And then have Kenyon Sadiq already is even better. But me at pick 33, I do like Jacoby Lane. I think the Ravens got an awesome pick right there, but maybe this Jets team just isn't in the same position to go ahead and complete the offense like they did in real life. In real life, that is awesome what they did. And maybe this is more of a complete the trenches type of mission for me because with the Jets so far, I've just been drafting the best players available, and I've left with David Bailey, who I think is going to produce a lot, Sonny Styles, who is going to produce a lot, and now we need players that like complement the stars on the team already for sure. I ain't gonna lie, because like Oscar Delp is good. I do like Oscar Delp. I like some of these receivers, but I think it's too high. 33. Yeah, it's just too high for some of these players. Um, I mean, I don't want to go defense again though, but is that what's the best thing on the board? Keldrick Falk, not a guy I'm too highly on. Let me see my draft board. You got safeties that are available in like Genesis Smith, who will be a great coverage guy, but another DB for this team, and Dalen Everett maybe for the Jets. The Jets going a defensive route here in the next year's class, getting some weapons on offense would be cool. But I do think you gotta just like take a weapon too, right? But Sonny Styles, what did I take instead? I could have got like Makai Lemon instead, maybe in hindsight. But dude, Sonny Styles was on the board, bro. He's the top 10 player. I got Sonny Styles blue chip in my opinion right now. The Jets just left with two blue chip players. It just they did the same in real life with Kenyon Sadiq. I do think Kenyon Sadiq is that good, so he ended up going even higher. But in this world where I'm living in, the Jets might go Chase Pasantis to replace Elijah Vera Tucker. O line help is something that they could do. Dylan like Parham is playing there. You go get a guard. Maybe you could get Sam Hecht to play that role. I do love Sam Hecht. I love Billy. Billy to play guard. Michael Morris also sleeper is awesome. I, I might lean towards a Michael Morris. Where have I gone so far? Because I think Spencer Fano's off the board, Owan's off the board, Rutledge is off the board. This guard class is one of the strengths of this class to me. And sometimes you just gotta watch the film and go to the strengths. Um, there is an awesome guard play in this class, man. Um, Jake's. I'm thinking Michael Morris the pick here. You get Michael Morris completely could like replace Elijah Vera Tucker, or you go ahead and get a receiver. And Jeremy Bernard is like he's just a cool receiver that like he's a professional NFL player. Omar Cooper got a little bit more pizzazz to me, but like Jeremy Bernard is cool. Jeremy Bernard is a second round player for sure. Like I love Jacoby Lane too though. But Jeremy Bernard, the ball in his hands, he's just available to do a lot. I'm leaning toward Jeremy Bernard. Jeremy Bernard, just an NFL player, and he's gonna be able to produce for you. Right here for the Cardinals, I went and took Maui Goa earlier. Cardinals fans, how would you feel if we would took Maui Goa and you go ahead and take Michael Morris maybe instead of Basantis, you could go ahead with edge play. You got Cassius Howell, ain't bad. R. Mason Thomas ain't bad. R. Mason Thomas is actually fire, but I'm leaning towards offensive line again. They actually got Chase Basantis in real life too, so I'm gonna lean and go Chase Basantis again. You got Chase Basantis and Francis Mauigoa. Come on, man. Whatever running back you take next year, get in every hole. You literally could just at this point. If I'm the Cardinals, I just think this was a team that in the next round they should complete their offensive line instead of getting Carson Beck, who I have ranked as the 10th best quarterback. You feel me? Wide receiver is where I went with the Titans earlier. Running back would be cool, but I'm thinking this is a team that now after that Cornell Tate pick, you do just straight up go like O-line and trench defensive play. CJ Allen, cool. Anthony Hill. I do like Anthony Hill here. They ended up going Keldrick Falk. I just like a lot of guys more than Keldrick Falk. Call me crazy. Romelio Height, Joshua Josephs. There's just a lot of people I like more than Keldrick Falk. Lee Hunter. I do think they're gonna have Jeffrey Simmons play defensive tackle, which I don't really love. Um, could have had like John Franklin Myers though is gonna be. You know what? With John Franklin Myers, anything is possible. That's the thing. Jermaine Johnson. This is a team. Anthony Hill, and like that's just what it is. They did get Anthony Hill in real life too. Um, Maybe later on. Right here is where they took like Keldrick Falk. They traded up for Keldrick Falk for sure. Um, I'm thinking Anthony Hill is the pick right here. Anthony Hill is awesome, like all around linebacker. I love Anthony Hill. And going to the Titans would be a great pick. Right here for the Raiders, dude. No way. You don't just straight go here and run to offensive line, dude. Anyone on the line, bro. Dude, Austin Barber would be awesome. Parker Bryan, he's someone who I haven't really talked about because he's a tackle who's going to switch to guard, I believe. He's awesome. Austin Barber, I keep talking about this guy at left tackle. Bro, if at this point, dude, throw him in at guard. If I think he's a good left tackle, dude, you know what the Raiders could do with that? Bro, come on, Raiders Nation. Like, y'all gotta like really like protest after this one. Michael Morris on this team would be so awesome, bro. Like, when is their next pick? 36. I'm thinking about just like, oh, it's right there, 67. Michael Morris right here would be so awesome. But I'm high on Austin Barber, y'all. I think Austin Barber is good enough, is going to surprise a lot of people in Cleveland and take the starting job. And Spencer Fontenot is going to play somewhere y'all don't think he's going to play right now. Austin Barber, taking him at pick 36. Pick 37, the Giants are back on the clock. We've took Caleb Downs. We've took Caleb Lamu to play guard. I've been doing that a good amount, not on purpose. That's just where the NFL is going. If you got a great tackle, plug him in at guard, bro. And if you ever got a tackle hurt, he could be your swing tackle. Right here for the Giants have a plan to just sign a bunch of defensive tackles. It seems like Colton Hood was the pick here in real life. Not too hating of the pick. I don't really have too much of a opinion on the Colton Hood pick, believe it or not, which probably isn't the best thing. Yeah, I don't have too much opinions on Colton Hood. He's one of the only guys that ran the 30 time, the 40 time. I mean, he plays football. He's one of the only guys that been playing football. But like when I'm watching Tennessee games, like he has times where he gets beat. You know, he just seems like a corner out there playing football. I don't really know how to gauge corners yet, and that's kind of why I made this channel, y'all. We're gonna react to like live college games. We're gonna see how this stuff going. Season just started. I'm doing my final mock draft with y'all. This is gonna be an awesome season. Pick 37 for the Giants, man. I took, like I said, Caleb Lamu, Caleb Downs. We got Caleb and Caleb. Defensive tackle here is like not crazy, bro. There's a defensive tackle I love in Caleb Proctor. This guy out of southeastern Louisiana. Watch the LSU tape. He is like David Bailey game against Utah. If anyone watched David Bailey against Utah, that is Caleb Proctor against LSU. LSU couldn't do anything about him. He's better than Caleb Banks. He's better than Christian Miller. Lee Hunter's a better run defender. He's a bigger, more traditional defensive tackle. So, like, I could understand me taking Lee Hunter there. I could just go Lee Hunter. Lee Hunter had a couple sheds I liked when I was watching him. The Giants depth chart, though, who do we have at center? Because John Michael Schmitz, I ain't gonna lie, he ain't been cutting it for real, bro. Like, I know we took him in like round 2. That don't, at some point, bro, it don't matter, fam. Sam Hecht and Giants here. Looking back at it, I would have went more offensive line orientated in the draft if I was the Giants. John Michael Schmitz, maybe you get a Sam Hecht to replace him or Jake Slaughter and have him play guard. John Michael Schmitz ain't been good. Just move his position. Let's see if he do better somewhere else. I haven't loved John Michael Schmitz. I know a center in round two seems high, but like, dude, Keegan Trust was also awesome. Um, right here we got Caleb Lamu to play left guard, so let's keep that in mind. We could get a right tackle, right guard, right tackle, right guard, center. You know, just complete the right side. We we could go Jake Slaughter. Really, just play center or Sam Heck. Sam Heck is graded to be my best center of the class, and Micah Morris is also an amazing player at a funner position, left guard, but that's where Caleb Lamu would play in this predicament. Keegan Trust is where I'm, believe it or not, looking. Keegan Trust would have the ability to play tackle, guard. Max Einiker, yeah, he cool and all. Demetrius Crownover, he is cool. Demetrius Crownover is cool, actually. A lot of pressures. But now I'm going Keegan Trust, y'all. Watch the tape for Missouri. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Um, Texans, they got Caden McDonald in real life. Awesome pick. I think I'm gonna go Lee Hunter though. Um, just higher on him. Then yeah, I'm just higher on him. And McDonald was a great pick though. Wide receiver again here for the Browns is such a vibe. Nah. That was an awesome call by the Browns to go take two wide receivers. You got Denzel Boston. I'd go Brandon Thompson here. I love Brandon Thompson's ability to run routes. Catch the ball. Dude, people are sleep on Brandon Thompson. That's kind of where I'm looking towards. Kevin Coleman is very good. Eric Rivers, Eric McAllister, bro. I don't understand why he got drafted and took where he got took, but I'm going Brandon Thompson here. You got Denzel Boston to be your bigger receiver. You got Brandon Thompson to be your dude. This guy creates separation, man. Brandon Thompson creates separation and is super fast. Um, Chiefs, they got Ruben Bain. Or no, I lied. Y'all, I butchered the Chiefs pick at 29, huh? I took Traden Stukes. What could have the Chiefs had on the defensive line instead? Just Lee Hunter? Lee Hunter's the only defensive lineman I took? Okay. Okay, Traden Stukes and Mansour Delane is where the Chiefs have gotten put. What could have I done instead of two corners for the Chiefs? Like that is a mishandle of assets on my part. I thought I took Ruben Bain at pick 9. And look, this is what happens when you in the draft room. Yeah, I could get fired by the Chiefs if y'all listening to me, but like Traden Stukes and Mansour Delane is tough still. You do need some edge play though. You just stick out with the R. Mason Thomas pick? I do like the R. Mason Thomas pick. Derek Moore is also good, but like R. Mason Thomas almost is better. He missed a couple games and still had like better production. R. Mason Thomas or Mikael Kamara. I love Kamara. I'm higher on Kamara than most. I'm gonna take Kamara here just because I have him graded higher. And Kamara the past couple years, his production has been amazing, bro. On what team? Yeah, Indiana. It literally says the team right there. I'm sure. Yeah, his production has been amazing. Right here, Takario Davis might have been the pick here in real life, huh? Takario Davis is like a good pick. No, it was Cassius Howell. Cassius Howell was a great pick too, right? He get you a legit pass rusher, and I should have took Cassius Howell for the Chiefs, but now they even preferred R. Mason Thomas. Caleb Proctor gotta go soon. Like Caleb Proctor shouldn't be on the board. Caleb Proctor instead of Cassius Howell, yeah. He's gonna get the same amount of pressure. I could y'all not. Caleb Proctor's gonna get the same amount of pressure, and I know Cassius Howell is a great guy at getting pressure, but Caleb Proctor is that good, y'all. Him next to Sexy Dexy in the middle is the best place to get pass rush. And if you getting these two guys up the middle in your face, that's scary. Saints went Carnell Tate. What could you do in the second round if you're the Saints? They went with Carnell Tate, right? NFL draft recap. I want to see all the teams draft recaps. Like, what did the Saints do in round 2 of the actual draft? Is kind of something, people forget easily. They went with Christian Miller, which honestly was a good pick, right? Christian Miller, go ahead and just play the middle for them. That seems like it. Cassius Howell to play the edge or someone to play the middle. I'd have Caden McDonald here. He was a first round pick also in real life. And then he replaced Cameron Jordan in the very soon future. Caden McDonald is seeming like the pick. Caden McDonald. Linebacker play, you could get the Mario Davis a replacement, but I love this linebacker class so much that I'm gonna hold out. And I'm gonna go Christian Miller. Or no, Caden McDonald. I do think Caden McDonald is better. Great guy to get on your team. This team just got Dunker and Fano, right? You got Patrick Paul on left guard, and you got Aaron Brewer at center. Dude, at this point, go ahead and get a left guard to complete the unit. Go ahead and get a left guard to complete the unit, unless I see like a can't miss wide receiver. Do you just go ahead and take Zachariah Branch? There's a lot of wide receivers in this class that could, go ahead and produce, man. I think there are so many wide receivers, You just got to put them in the right position and draft O-line. Chris Johnson is not a bad player, but like O-line is going to help the quarterback you draft next year more, Malik Willis, you just signed him. O-line is going to help him more. Devon Achane, let him, cook. Spencer Fano is what I took. And I believe Jennings Dunker. No, Caden Proctor. So in this world, I have Caden Proctor playing right tackle. I think, or no, just let's see where we have Caden Proctor play based on what's available. JC Davis is a dog. I can't believe the Giants got him where we got him. Man, maybe you know what? You go Michael Morris here. Let him play left. So the Dolphins went ahead and got Patrick Paul at left tackle. You got Michael Morris at left guard. Y'all tune in to Michael Morris. See, his whole college career, he hasn't allowed a sack. So, and he's a great run blocker. So you got Patrick Paul at left tackle. You got Michael Morris at left guard. You got Aaron Brewer at center. You got Spencer Fano at right guard and Caden Proctor at tackle. You have a completely revamped offensive line in your first couple Dolphins picks, and you have Devon Achane. You have a whole unit you never have to worry about again. That easy. The Dolphins, that Chris Bell pick is the only thing saving them, bro. The Jets here. The Jets in real life, they seem like they traded out of the pick. Would have ended up taking D'Angelo Pons in a bit, which is a good pick. I ended up taking Jeremy Bernard for them and those defensive players, which you can't hate that either, right? Jeremy Bernard was just on the board. Man, dude. Maybe this is a team that you looking back at it, I should have took those guard play for them, right? Like there's a lot of guards, and the loss of Elijah Vera Tucker is going to be something that like they gotta replace, Awesome player. I'm looking at Billy. I like Billy. I like offensive linemen, y'all. Maybe I'll be taking these guys too high, but they're what's valuable. Not these tackles though. Nah. Some of these tackles, I ain't really love that tape. No cap. Brian Parker come in and play like a right guard role. Trey Zoom wants to become a center. Jets, I would like offensive line, but once again, that's just not what's on the board. Unless you put Monroe Freeling at guard, right? Monroe Freeling at guard next to Alu Fashanu. Is that what you do? You put Monroe Freeling at guard next to Alu Fashanu? Is that how you just He does move. He moves a lot. I felt like he actually moved too much, and Monroe Freeling is why I'm not that high on him. Um, the Jets, though, where else could they go? I mean, maybe this is where you just take a corner. Only took in two corners. Dalen Everett is one of my corners I like in this draft class. Julian Neal is a nice corner. Um, Jacoby Lane. I mean, Takario Davis. I do like Takario Davis a lot. I think Takario Davis, first round talent if he was healthy. I think Takario Davis is gonna shock a lot of people on Cincinnati. They ended up going Caleb Proctor in my redraft, which I totally understand. I just think them getting into Takario Davis was a steal. Um, who else could the Jets go after? I would love if I could get as much offense as the Jets did in real life to just set up whoever's going to be playing for them. But I mean, what Justin Jolly, Oscar Delp at pick 44? That's not the move. The Jets, could they go defensive tackle in Christian Miller? Grayson Halton on the Jets might be the move. They could use defensive tackle play, get some help next to David Bailey and Grayson Halton. Like, this is how you invest in what you invested in. David Bailey in the front, get him Grayson Halton next to him. I loved Grayson Halton tape. He's one of those defensive tackles that get after the quarterback. And like I said, pressure up the middle is always the best pressure. Just straight up the middle, you can't do nothing about it. The Baltimore Ravens with pick 45, they ended up going Zion Young here, which I let Zion Young get picked at like pick 15. I was super high on Zion Young. Pick 17 to the Lions. He'd be next to Aiden Hutchinson, just being a problem, man. Pick 45 for the Ravens. This is a team where, like, I ain't gonna lie, first couple picks should have been a offensive line. They did get a crazy steal in Zion Young, though, right? You just had to do it. I agree with the Ravens, actually. I think the Ravens would have took an offensive lineman if it wasn't for the fact it was Zion Young. It's Zion Young. I took him at pick 17 just now, y'all. Like, come on, man. The Ravens, I'm pretty sure this is a team that, like, the need of offensive line was obvious, right? They let Linderbaum go with a plan to eventually, replace him. In this world, I think it was supposed to be in the second round, but it was Zion Young for no reason. And they actually didn't go back and replace Linderbaum. I'm lying because they could have got Hecht in the later on round, right? Hecht went crazy late. Jake Slaughter went crazy late. I'm thinking about who I want more in Jake Slaughter or Sam Hecht on the Ravens scheme. I'm thinking Jake Slaughter, but like Sam Hecht is just the better player to me. I'm gonna go Sam Hecht. And then you got a left tackle, left guard. You got Ronnie Stanley. That just is way better than what the Ravens currently dealing with. But in real life, maybe the Zion Young pick was low key better, because I'm not letting him fall that far. Tampa Bay, what did they do in the second round after getting an absolute monster? They got Josiah Trotter to play linebacker, which makes sense. I'm leaning towards edge. This team does need edge. They got Arvell Reese, which he's gonna kind of play edge linebacker for them. I like Romelio Height. Romelio Height to be able to come in there. Jason Barham, him and Arvell Reese would just probably contradict each other with how they both play. Tight end and Oscar Delp here would be fun. Tight end and Oscar Delp would be fun. No cap. I got Arvell Reese, right? But this team could use another edge, bro. Like, Arvell Reese ain't enough. Our Mason Thomas and Arvell Reese still probably need some more edge juice on this team. Cassius Howell and Arvell Reese is such two fun players to get in the draft, huh? Just double dip at that position. Corner is cool, but I mean Arvell Reese and Cassius Howell is how you're going to get better corner production, right? Cassius, Cassius Howell in the NFL, do I think he's gonna? I think his bend is something you can't teach, and like maybe Arvell Reese can learn it from him. I just said it's something you can't teach, but maybe Arvell Reese can learn Cassius Howell's bend because Arvell Reese don't got that. Cassius Howell is bendy. R. Mason Thomas is productive. Malachi Lawrence, he's sloppy to me, sloppy edge rusher, big sloppy guy who's like Joel Embiid on his knees all the time. Defensive line, this Arvell Reese pick kind of makes it to where offense is a bit more available for his team. They got Emeka Egbuka and Chris Godwin. What Zachariah Prince, I think he's capable of running real routes, and you just have Egbuka next to a saucy guy like Branch is tough. Dudes, that Baker just have a guy he can get the ball to, right? Dude, Zachariah Branch on the Bucks wouldn't be bad. Crazy, like person to move on from Mike Evans, but it's not a replacement. It is a replacement, but like new offense, right? Edge for the Buccaneers, dude. Like I almost do want to just go ahead and attack another pass rusher. You have Arvell Reese on rundowns and Romelio Height on pass rush downs. That is awesome. Or you just do that with Cassius Howell, but Romelio Height, who has more of a bag, Romelio Height or Cassius Howell? That's a good question. These are two great pass rushers to me. Romelio Height has a bag, so does Cassius. I might just go Cassius. Cassius is super good, huh? Cassius is good, man. Cassius is good. Now I'm going Romelio Height. I like Romelio's height ability to get after the quarterback. For the Colts, they ended up going with a guy in what was it? The Colts ended up going with CJ Allen, which might just be the pick again, right? Dude, nah, this Colts team, I hate whoever they have at right tackle. This is the point where, like, maybe I go ahead and I'm going to do a trade real quick. We're going to let the Lions go ahead and get their guy in Blake Miller because they took Blake Miller in the first round, right? Let them get him in, like, the freaking what is this? The second round, a little trade up. Go ahead and get Blake Miller. Get this bum. I didn't have Blake Miller in my top. I didn't have Blake Miller in my top 10 tackles. Do I really want to take him here? I didn't have him as a top 10 tackle, y'all. Did I just trade up and like want to acquire a guy who I didn't think was a top 10 tackle? They ended up taking him in the first round, right? You just let them get him again, bro. Like, man. Okay. Demetrius Crownover is better, in my opinion, but he's not on the same side. Or, no, I'm lying. Yeah, Demetrius Crownover is a better right tackle. Blake Miller. Max Ioniker. I like Demetrius Crownover. Brian Parker isn't bad either. Demetrius, and then you got Zion Young in the first round. These are like big, bulky guys, right? Blake Miller's just what they did, though, right? I ain't really like, bro. I ain't love the Blake Miller pick. Monroe Freeling at some point. Out of all these guys, bro, I like Demetrius Crownover more, bro. I gotta stick to my board, but at the same time, the Lions took him in the first round. I'm having a contradiction right here on Lions took him in the first round. So do I do it too? But I didn't take him in the first round. I'm gonna let the Lions take their guy in Blake Miller. The Falcons are on the board, and they ended up going with Avion Terrell, who I ain't love that pick. That's low key a nepotism pick. Like I'm not even like playing around. That is nepo baby stuff. He's a top 10 corner in the class though. It ain't like he's not a good player. It's just like, come on, you know why they did that. Um, I'm leaning towards like they got Jawan Taylor to play tackle for them. Like that's when you know you could like use a Monroe Freeling, right? Like a wide receiver would be awesome on this team, very much needed on this team. But there's so many wide receivers that I think I can come back to one in round 3. I'm leaning towards more of the offensive line play. Like this team, offensive line play, I don't want it to fall off too much to where the production of Bijan isn't where it should be because of the offensive line play. Like that's not a good place to be. Um, maybe you go ahead and just get Monroe Freeling, you play him at guard year 1 and then stick him at left tackle the next. Yeah, Monroe Freeling, the fall could stop at some point, right? Um, I'm going Demetrius Crown over. Go ahead and take Jawan Taylor's spot, right? Maybe the team doesn't go tackle. Is this a team that could just still go Terrell? He's not a bad player. He could force fumbles. He's gonna play around the slot for you. Christian Miller, also probably Christian Miller. Now you got to go defensive. Who is the best defensive tackle on the board here? Christian Miller. Who's better than Christian Miller? Is anyone better than Christian Miller? Nick Barnett is cool. Landon Robinson is cool. Skyler is cool. But when we looking at the defensive tackle play, it is looking like Christian Miller or this Renee Conga guy is also kind of a fun player. Christian Miller is just looking like where I'm leaning towards. Christian Miller, or offensive line. Christian Miller will sit there and he will complement what they did last year in Jalen Walker and James Pierce. Like he would make their lives easier, which is also very important. Avion Terrell, though, like Falcons got a lot of ways to go. They got a lot of needs, bro. And that's not good. That's not good, bro. Honestly, bro. Garrett Nuss, Ty Simpson. Ty Simpson's on the board. Ty Simpson, he went what? Like 15th in real life? Do you go Ty Simpson right here? Is this the second quarterback off the board? Right here. And Ty Simpson. Just you go ahead, get Blake Miller. I think Ty Simpson is the best way to help this team. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. Ty Simpson to Drake London. I trust that more than Michael Penix. Am I crazy? Am I crazy for thinking Michael Penix? I mean, Ty Simpson better than like Tua and freaking Michael Penix, bro. I ain't gonna lie, bro. Like, I don't trust none of those quarterbacks, dude. Garrett Nussmeier is my personal QB too. Dude, this is a team that could go quarterback, bro. Like, forget all that corner play. Maybe you just take a corner and go QB next round. What's their next pick? 122 or 79? Bro, you almost got to take quarterback here, man. Like, is that not the best way for this team to win? Like, dude, no way you going with one of those quarterbacks. Or what? Is this Michael? You know what? This Michael Penix last year, huh? This Michael Penix last year. Maybe you could get pick 1. I do think that this team is in like pick 1 territory, y'all. Is that crazy? You got Jawan Taylor. Dude, maybe you just get an offensive lineman to develop, bro. You got Chris Linderstorm, who's going to be there for a good more amount of time. The only thing you got is a right guard, right? Go ahead and get an offensive lineman somewhere. Oh, you got to get quarterback next year. This team, I'm gonna try and lose if I'm them. The plan, okay, what is the plan for this team? We got Jake Matthews at left guard. The plan for the Falcons, bro, is almost to take a quarterback here, y'all. Dude, at least Ty Simpson could like almost back up whoever plays next year. Like, dude, Michael Penix and Tua, I don't even think are backup quarterbacks. Dude, this Falcons pick is wow, dude. I don't think Avion Terrell does anything for this team. You feel me? Like maybe he keeps AJ Terrell there longer, but like this secondary was almost the best in the league. What are we getting Avion Terrell for, right? And like the best secondary in the league. Um, dude, Brian Parker also is a fun player. Um, Demetrius Crown over Brian Parker. I don't want to force O line. I also like, bro. I'm going QB. Ty Simpson, Falcons, dude. This team is QB needy. Yes, they are desperate for a QB. Um, Dylan Thieneman was what I took in the first round for this team. I wouldn't even take Caleb Banks in the second round, bro. Like Caleb Banks gets no production and is always hurt. I don't get that taking him in the first round. Um, Running back, Katron Allen on this team would be awesome. And maybe that's something we can do in the next pick. And right here, you do got like your Chris Brazils of the world. Somebody like Zachariah Branch could alleviate pressure off Justin Jefferson. Imagine you got to guard Justin Jefferson on one side and Zachariah Branch doing what he do on the other. I'm going Zachariah Branch. Dude, that's just a problem. And then you got Jordan Addison. That wide receiver room is crazy at that point. Let me see what else I could do before I submit that pick. Derek Moore is awesome too. Would have happened and got him for the Lions, but you got Zion Young in the first round. You kind of flipped that. You got Zion Young to Blake Miller because I'm lower on Blake Miller, but right here, Derek Moore to the Vikings ain't even bad, bro. Like Derek Moore is actually like one of my top 10 edge rushers. Get him Cassius Howell to replace Jonathan Grenard, and you already knew that you were going to trade him going into the draft. Haven't really took any corners yet. Maybe you could get your favorite corner. I do like Dalen Everett, but you already got Dylan Thieneman, right? Add to the trench. Oh, our Mason Thomas is still on the board. There are some like good edge rushers. Who's the best one? Cassius, R. Mason, or Derek? I like Derek, and I like Joshua Josephs. If I had to pick one player here though, I'm gonna probably come out of left field. I almost just want to take Katron Allen. I know I just said like Jordan Madison and Aaron Jones is a good duo, but like Katron Allen is like a great like Josh Jacobs almost to me, and getting that at pick 49 is awesome. But maybe you could wait. Maybe you could wait. And he's my RB3 though. You know, it ain't about other people. This team has the O-line. They have Christian Darrisaw, Donovan Jackson, Will Fries, Brian O'Neill. I mean, maybe they could go overkill and draft a center. Jake Slaughter would just be overkill. Dude, Jake Slaughter on this offensive line would be awesome. Maybe that's just what I do, Jake Slaughter. And dude, you have a crazy lineup for Kyler Murray. I wonder how tall Jake Slaughter is. I would love if Kyler Murray could have like a shorter center. I don't know how tall Jake Slaughter is, and I don't want to mess up this entire draft I've been streaming so far, right? Almost messed it up. Jake Slaughter is almost the pick. You have an even more complete offensive line. And yeah, I'm going to go with a running back next pick. It looked like there are some good edge rushers in this class that I'm passing up on, but there's also a unit that you just finished in getting Jake Slaughter. Traded down for the Colts, ended up getting an extra pick. Might still go CJ Allen. I don't hate the CJ Allen pick. I like Jacob Rodriguez more though. Yeah, I do like Jacob Rodriguez more. I'm going Jacob Rodriguez. Jayshon Barham or Jacob Rodriguez. I'm gonna go Jacob Rodriguez at pick 50. Yeah, Jacob Rodriguez, pick 50. Shout out to Jacob Rodriguez. I got Casey Concepcion earlier. The Panthers ended up taking Monroe Freeling in real life. He's still available. I mean, I, he's their future left tackle, right? Ikem Okongwu is awesome though. Am I tripping? Isn't Ikem just hurt? Ikem is hurt, bro. I don't understand this Monroe Freeland pick, and then they got an awesome pick in Sam Hecht. Um Monroe Freeland is rumored to play right tackle for this team, I believe. When Taylor Moton is gone, I would just took Demetrius Crownover to play right tackle. Demetrius Crownover. You got Robert Hunt and Damian Lewis is an awesome guard duo. This team got a guard and a tackle duo already. And then they even paid Rasheed Wallace from the Packers. This team got 4 starting tackles and 2 starting guards. If I still take Freeling, this team has 3 starting tackles as of this recording. They actually have 4 because they have Monroe Freeling in real life, making it Freeling, Moton, Ikem, and Rasheed Walker. Having 4 starting tackles is awesome. In real life, they got Sam Hecht in like round 5. I already took Sam Hecht. All of my best centers are gone. Like, if they want to improve the O-line, Monroe Freeling is the way. Like, this team got Monroe Freeling is awesome. 4 starting tackles is awesome. Do you need 4 starting tackles though? It's just a team where, like, bro, you got enough tackle play. Go ahead and get like crazy receivers, no? Oscar Delp. Well, what do we have in the Panthers tight end room? Like Jatavion Sanders, Oscar Delp would legitimately like provide something new. Justin Jolly. I don't love tight end play for Bryce Young because of his like ability of throwing the ball in the middle of the field. I think this is just where you go edge. This is just where you go edge. In real life, what they got Jalen Phillips, and who would be his like duo? What, Nick Scorton? Not terrible. You could get Jalen Phillips and Cassius Howell or Joshua Josephs, right? Cassius Howell or Joshua Josephs is a good debate. I don't know how it went in real life. I think Cassius Howell went first. Yeah, no, Cassius Howell for sure went first because Joshua Josephs ended up falling way later than I thought he would. But I gotta speed this up, man. I said I want to take this multiple rounds, and R. Mason Thomas might be the pick, y'all. R. Mason Thomas is just super productive. You can't hate production, and something I hate is players who don't get production. Packers right here, they'd be able to go with what? Brandon Cisse again. Brandon Cisse, they even got him in real life. Brandon Cisse is like low key corner 3, huh? Or not Brandon Cisse, a dog. I did like Brandon Cisse tape when I went back and watched him. Monroe Freeling for the Packers is available. You got a lot of ways you could go for the Packers. Brandon Cisse though, like I actually do like that pick, which is crazy. Jordan Morgan, left tackle, center. Like Packers always do their own thing at offensive line. I never know the offensive lineman they take, which is crazy because I'm really good at evaluating offensive linemen. Actually, if y'all like stay in, keep up with me as a series for a while, I care about my offensive line rankings, and the Packers just always just getting someone productive at an offensive line school I did not know of, or an offensive lineman player I did not know of, is what I should say. Instead, Javon Hargrave is cool. Luca Van Ness is cool. I mean, Brandon Cisse was actually a good pick. I might just do it again. Brandon Cisse. I don't hate that pick. Good corner, wide receiver, tight end, tackle. You could go Freeling, but nah. I'm thinking you go with a Cassius Howell next to Micah Parsons is like no run defense, right? Derek Moore, Joshua Josephs. I like Joshua Josephs. Actually a good player in Joshua Josephs. But now I'm going Brandon Cisse. Good pick by the Packers, bro. Brandon Cisse is an awesome pick by the Packers. Steelers, we went with Makai Lemon earlier, which is awesome. This team got freaking Max Ioniker. Like, come on, bro. Y'all could have went so many other ways besides Max Ioniker, bro. I'm looking like, oh man, Makai Lemon, and you just gotta go best available player now, right? Maybe even quarterback, dude. Garrett Musselmeyer. I thought he was a good quarterback. I don't know what he was doing in these interviews, but you got Garrett Nussmeier, DK Metcalf, Makai Lemon. I think Garrett Nussmeier is gonna get the Chiefs a good amount of draft picks. Maybe not like a first, so obviously, but Garrett Nussmeier could turn the Chiefs into a fourth round pick. I think Garrett Nussmeier is better than borderline Mr. Irrelevant. He was just injured a lot. And if you could just throw him on the Steelers, that's how the Steelers have randomly make their way to the playoffs with like a Garrett Nussmeier, Makai Lemon, you know? Next things up we got is the Eagles, who took TJ Parker. Ain't bad at all. And then what else could they do? I mean, we still got Amon-Ra Freeling on the board. Who would they be able to play him at guard? But they got Landon Dickerson. Maybe he could be their swing tackle. Amon-Ra Freeling as an Eagles swing tackle sounds like an Eagles thing to do. TJ Parker, and what would you put next to that? Like, TJ Parker is good for sure, but in real life, I'd like to see what they did in real life. They got a trade out of this pick, and where it looks like I lied. They took Eli Stowers. Eli Stowers isn't that highly graded for me. Oscar Delp is better. I do like the idea of Oscar Delp, but is Jalen Hurts the type of player that, like, I think needs in super offense? No, I think the Eagles, if you want to win with Jalen Hurts, is by getting a crazy defense. Eli Stowers isn't it to me. You get a TJ Parker and maybe even Joshua Josephs, you know, like double dipping at positions isn't crazy. You get production out of a player that gives another player competition. Emmanuel McNeil Warren, is he falling too far? The safety class is good. It's a Key Wheatley. I'm letting some of these safeties fall, and that's a real thing. Cooper DeJean, what Brian? No. On the Eagles at safety, you got like Marcus Epps and Andrew McBuka. Would Andrew McBuka and Emmanuel McNeil Warren is a fun duo. That is a fun duo. Get the Toledo duo back. You get TJ Parker, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, and then this Chargers pick where they got like a Jake Slaughter turns into like a, you know, Logan Jones, and who's not as good now. Wow, yeah. Monroe Freeling is still available. Joe Alt, who's been injury prone career to start off, maybe that could be his swing tackle. But I'm looking at Brian Parker. I wonder if Brian Parker, like, where did he go in real life? Brian Parker, he's a good swing tackle. Like, he's gonna be good. He went to the Bengals in real life, it seems like. Going over here to the Chargers, and whenever, you know, Alt is hurt, he'd be able to play right tackle for them. Just what it is. Maybe Monroe Freeling could be the same thing on the left though. You got Billy. I think this team is at the place where, like, no, a swing tackle is like desperately needed. Isn't Monroe Freeling at this point? I let him fall to almost the third round. And I'm still thinking he should almost go further down. I'm not that high on this guy. There's just players better than him. What do the Chargers got available? Keldrick Falk, you already went edge. You got Caleb Banks, who I don't love. Christian Miller would be awesome on this team. But that interior got to get touched, right? Like that interior is abysmal, and like maybe you could just get like a big guy up in the middle later on, like a Landon or Renee. This team needs some offensive line play. I'm not gonna lie. They are at the point where like you really could just go Monroe Freeland 6'7". Brian Parker's productive though. Brian Parker got like the hand placement and stuff, but like he also has a small wingspan, so like you could see it at school when he's playing. I might go Monroe Freeland. My Monroe Freeland, Christian Miller is almost a better player, but Monroe Freeland is just like I should have went interior in the first round, like I thought, but Akeem Mesidor is where they went, and like he's actually a good pick, but like interior from the get-go, and especially knowing me, knowing how important this position is. Right guard, dude, I almost think that this team missed out on O-line play, which is totally opposite of real life, or at least the O-line play where they need it from. Logan Jones, I don't think he's good. Connor Lew keep getting exposed. Bo Stevens, man, nah, bro. These guys aren't it. Dennis Dunker being like the last of the Iowa offensive lineman took in to me was a joke. Anise Cooper is cool, believe it or not. Miami right guard, he's cool to me. Who else? Took trust already. Isaiah World is gone. It's like Crownover or Bailey is what's available, or even like Anise Cooper. I'm thinking Brian Parker though. The ability to go out and play tackle is why I'm gonna go Brian Parker. Jacksonville, they took What was that pick? Everybody, they took Nate Borchert. I didn't even think. Nah, that was just random. Right here for the Jaguars, I'm thinking taking Billy. Billy, on Notre Dame. I was watching the games back, and like Jeremiah Love running behind him, and that's a good thing. If the best player in the world loves running behind you, you got to be a good player, right? I'm thinking Billy. They got Emmanuel Prognon to play here, who I ended up taking in the first round, and they got Emmanuel Prognon like way later. This is where the Monroe Freeland drop stops. They got a dude named Cole Van Lennon at left tackle. That's where the Monroe Freeland's drop stops, right? They still got Anton Harrison. I could have freaking took Demetrius Crown over too, but Monroe Freeland got pick 56. I guess that's where the fall could stop. The Bears got Markel Bell instead of Monroe Freeland. Yeah, I like that. Dude, go ahead and watch Markel Bell and like open space and his arm length and how he uses that to his advantage. He's awesome. Round 2, though, they could go Cassius Howell or Joshua Josephs. Deny Dennis Sutton is even still available. Malachi Lawrence, like I said, he's just sloppy to me. Keldrick Falk, he's just like a developmental piece. I think the Bears are ready for a guy who's ready to produce right now. So I'm gonna go Keldrick Falk. Kieron Crawford too, though, right? Underrated. Almost looked like the best edge rusher out of Auburn, besides Xavier Atkins too, who's going back to school. But no, I'm gonna go Cassius Howell. You get the team a legit pass rush. 49ers ended up going with Emmanuel Prognon for the offensive line earlier. What can I do now? Emmanuel Prognon to play left guard, because this team needs guard play, bro. And yeah, I think that's it for the offensive line for this team. Now, maybe you do look at an edge rusher. Derek Moore, the fall has to stop. I've let Derek Moore be here for too long. And next to Nick Bosa, he'd be awesome. And then right here, the Texans, they got Lee Hunter, Kalen Rutledge in my world. That'd be a good world. To the comment, Red Fire. Yes, I know the draft already happened. That's what makes this even better. Because after the draft, where you're like, yo, how did this guy fall so far? That's what we talking about. Garrett Nussmeier. He went at like pick 253. I got him going at pick 53. I feel like that's a huge difference. Can't wait to see how my takes age in the future. Of course, like that's a bad comment, Red Fire, but nothing's a bad question. Of course I know draft happened already. That's what makes this a final mock draft. Draft happened already, and now we're gonna see what I thought about it. And Derek Moore to the 49ers at pick 58. He did kind of fall, but like to the 49ers is a great landing spot, right? Texans, they could go like a Demetrius Crown over to play right tackle, especially like what they got going on the offensive line. They got injury prone players in Trent Brown, Wyatt Teller at right guard is awesome. You got Rutledge to play left guard. You could get a center, but I don't really like what's left. You got Braden Smith. Can get a left tackle, maybe a left tackle, but like I'm at the point where I don't really love the class. JC Davis actually is good in my opinion, but you could like look at other positions, like linebacker, get you a legit eat up tackle linebacker who has Lee Hunter and that edge rush duo in front of him. The linebacker unit in this team has been abysmal. Jayshon Barham. See, CJ Allen could just come in there play linebacker, right? I would even like for this team to have some new juice at wide receiver, safety. This team is stacked at that position. Corner, maybe corner. You got Kamari Lassiter and Petrie, and the best corner in the league almost though. You got safety. You got linebacker. Is like besides like what I thought about earlier, the biggest need, right? Maybe you could go with a Katron Allen to be the Josh Jacobs of this team. You do need like a carry back on this team almost, right? Katron Allen could be that. I know they got David Montgomery. David Montgomery and Katron Allen to be cool, right? Wide receiver, you could go, but kind of like their wide receiver room. I like their wide receiver room. I don't love their tight end room. Justin Jolly, Oscar Delp would be cool, and that does help with the blocking in like a Justin Jolly. Maybe Justin Jolly's the pick, huh? Justin Jolly could help out with the blocking. Braden Smith at right tackle, Wyatt Teller at could you get a left guard somehow or a left tackle? Cage Casey isn't bad. Is there a tackle available? It doesn't look like it. It doesn't look like there's someone that could play tackle and like better the team to me. Trey Zune guy. Maybe you throw him out at tackle or center, right? Maybe you just draft Trey Zune and see where he finishes at tackle or center. I wouldn't hate that, but I didn't love Trey Zune film either. Carver Willis, y'all went and watched Carver Willis out of Washington. I'm gonna take him here. Carver Willis was a good left tackle, better than Ariante Irsay. And at pick 60, the Bears, who I have taken Markel Bell and Cassius Howell, will now be taking a safe Dylan Thieneman falling there was awesome, right? Jalen Kilgore, I think he's a great coverage guy, but now you got to go Christian Miller here. Christian Miller or Daryl Jackson. Daryl Jackson's a good player too, but I'm gonna go Christian Miller. You get some defensive tackle play. The Rams, who lit a pick on fire with just drafting off of vibes with Ty Simpson, now have Kenyon Sadiq and like dude, you could go like offensive line. What did the Rams do here in real life? Lord knows, right? Um, Ty Simpson though was not the pick of my day at all. Not the pick that I would do. Um, a left tackle is seeming to not be on the board how it was earlier. Um, Larry Jackson, cool though. Right tackle maybe could improve. I'm looking at like interior, right? I feel like this team could have got to the quarterback more in the playoffs. I know that like the names on the defensive line are cool, but at the end of the day in the playoffs, like Daryl Jackson could have helped this team, you know? Um Trey Moore. Man, maybe this is a CJ Allen team. Like CJ Allen would come there and tackle people. Omar Spades, like this team just their front seven was a little bit. I left wanting to see more. You know, I think Jay Sean Barham is perfect because like I want a linebacker and someone in the front seven for the Rams. You leaving with Kenyon Sadiq and Jay Sean Barham, Rams fans. What did y'all get in the second round? I gotta see now. In the second round, the Rams got Max Clare. Believe it or not, he's one of the few players I didn't watch. I watched a lot of Ohio, but I never saw Max Clare. Like, I don't get that. Like, that's why I didn't go back and watch him. If I watched as much Ohio State as I did and didn't realize Max Clare, that tells me what I want to hear. Right here for the Denver Broncos, we got a guy in McCoy, which would be tough, right? This is the Broncos' first pick of the day. If they could have just, if I'm the Broncos, and you could come here and just take a guy who was perceived to be a first rounder, that's not bad, bro. I know right here they took their guy in Tyler at defensive tackle. Dude, maybe this guy's good. I watched Texas A&M. That team is the reason I'm not high Auburn center and Connor Lew. Like the defensive tackles on Texas A&M were going crazy. So this Tyler guy had to be one of them, maybe, right? In hindsight, I don't care. The Broncos got like other ways they could have just went. Like Oscar Delp would have been awesome. Then this team led the league in pressures by a boatload last year. The front seven isn't where I would have gone. Dejon Stribling, I know people hated where he went in real life. This guy's nice. Dejon Stribling is actually good, but nah, he's not better than like Jacoby Lane and stuff, right? Dejon Stribling and Caleb Douglas, those two guys who were took way higher than people thought. I seen in camp, dude, these guys are in like 4.3s and look super explosive. I feel like those are two people that people do too much talking could regret it. We are 200 more picks in, and I got to speed this up a little bit. Broncos, they went defensive tackle here. But they did get Jalen Waddle. Y'all. Dude, Jalen Waddle is on this team. Yeah. That's awesome. You got RJ Harvey. Do you get a Katron Allen to run hard up the middle? They got Jonah Coleman, but Katron Allen could run hard up the middle. Katron Allen, you got Jalen Waddle. Yeah, you don't need a wide receiver. Justin Jolly as a blocking tight end, and he could move, or Oscar Delp as a move tight end, is very intriguing for the Broncos. If the Broncos could just complete that offense even more, right? But like that defensive line unit for the Broncos is tremendous. They even went ahead and first thing in the draft addressed it, which you can't hate, especially if Tyler was the guy who they thought was the best player on the board. But I'm going to look back at this. Center play on this team could use a bit of improvement, but is Logan Jones the answer to me? No, he's not. Malcolm Roach, defensive tackle, is kind of a unit that this team could have used for real, huh? Maybe They realize that, and I do see that. But if I'm going defensive tackle, I would have gone Daryl Jackson out of Florida. Um, Daryl Jackson out of Florida, or hear me out. You get the guy you want, and you take one of these corners to play alongside Patrick Surtain. I heard Jermon McCoy had like a surgery that he's gonna miss this year again. Like, dang, Jermon McCoy is gonna miss even more games. It's so unfortunate. Dalen Everett at this point, Julian Neal, Takario Davis at this point. I think the Broncos should have just took a corner next to Patrick Surtain. I'm taking Takario Davis. Takario Davis, a dog. Boy, if this man was healthy, y'all, Takario Davis could play. For the Patriots, I took Chris Bell in the first round, which, like, I don't understand why they don't just take receiver, dude. We always talk about them trading a first for a receiver. Like, are you never gonna draft one? Like, are we like? I don't get it. I don't get it. This team could draft another receiver. Honestly, I took Chris Bell. You could draft another one, but I do like the idea of an edge rusher here. Kieran Crawford is actually good. You get Kieran Crawford and keep it pushing. Kieran Crawford's a good edge rusher. The Seahawks, dude, they got Julian Neal, huh? Julian Neal was a good pick, but like I haven't took any corners yet, so like I almost got every corner you want available. I think this team could wait on corner. Maybe you take corner next round. When is their next pick? 96. Is Julian Neal going to be available at pick 96? Julian Neal is good enough to go pick 64. Julian Neal is long, lengthy, fast. Who's on the board though? This Chris Johnson guy. He played at San Diego State, y'all. I'm not that high on it. If he's like a Hall of Famer, my bad. He played at San Diego State. I think even he would understand me not totally being hip on him from the get-go. And I even tried to watch his games. They were just that boring. Seattle, honestly, bro, I ain't gonna lie. This is a team I think could use wide receiver. Dude, Dejon Stribling, next to all that blocking they got, and Dejon Stribling, I don't think people understand how valuable a blocker is. I do like Jacoby Lane more though. I'm going Jacoby Lane for the Seattle Seahawks. Cardinals, this is an O-line I've been revamping for the next quarterback that comes here. We got Chase Bisontis. We revamped the whole right side. Is this a team that can just go with like a Connor Lew now because of that, or do you go Billy? You just finish the offensive line. I'm thinking you go Billy. If you go Billy in next year's class, all you need is a center, and you got a whole new like front five: Chase Bisontis, Francis Mauigoa, and Billy. I do like Billy. I'm gonna go Billy to play left guard, and dude, you got a whole team just of good blocks. Edge rusher, maybe there's an edge rusher better than Billy, right? But like it's the fact that Billy completes the unit. I don't know what the Cardinals did. Cardinals fans, I think I did better than y'all in real life. I took 3 offensive linemen. Y'all took Jeremiah Love, Carson Beck, and one of the offensive linemen I took. So either Francis Mauigoa or Jeremiah Love. It's like in hindsight, it's Jeremiah Love is the better player, but you have pick 3, and now Jeremiah Love is the highest paid running back on a team that has no aspirations to win. And most teams that have the highest paid running back struggle to pay other players because how much the running back is making, and they can't pay tackles. Like this is where you get a tackle. It's just what it is. Pick 66 for the Titans. You got a lot of ways you could go. I took Jordan Tyson earlier. I took Anthony Hill. I would like an edge rusher, and I do love Joshua Josephs, but like Jermon McCoy is still here, and this is a team that I don't think you really need to rush anything. But like this is a team, I ain't gonna lie. Also, if you just make all the right picks, You could win as soon as this year. I think Cam Ward is that good. I know it's a crazy take. Cam Ward is that good, y'all. Joshua Josephs, he's a good run defender. He gets to the quarterback. He probably is better than Deni Dennis' son. He gets to the quarterback and is a good run defender. This Raiders team you got the whole left side of the offensive line replenished now. You got Austin Barber, who's going to play in between Colton Miller, who is back from injury, and Tyler Linderbaum, who he signed. At the right side of the line now, I might just mess around. Have I let Demetrius fall this far? I have. I'm thinking about going Demetrius. Or maybe you could go with this Max dude. Max, he did have some losses to David Bailey when I went back and watched the Arizona versus whatever Texas Tech game. Demetrius Crownover, I almost like him more. Travis Burke guy was cool too on Memphis. Trey Zune is cool. I like Demetrius Crownover, man. I'm leaning towards Demetrius. I'm thinking though, Demetrius or Max. Max isn't bad. Like, I've already let him fall. I'm gonna take Crownover. I do like Demetrius more, but this is about the time where like guys like Max could go, right? Could Max be Lane Johnson's replacement? Colton Hood, you got your Chris Johnsons of the world, Avion Terrells of the world, CJ Allen. Like, there's a lot of talent left right here still. I haven't gone wide receiver for this team, which they ended up going in real life. And Zachariah Branch to replace Makai Lemon in the NFL is very possible. Cyrus Allen, Kevin Coleman, there's just a lot of wide receivers who I still think are capable of producing, but like Makai Lemon is Makai Lemon, right? Pick 68. What would I have the Eagles do? You went TJ Parker, you went Emmanuel McNeil Warren. I don't love that tight end pick. That pick of Eli Stowers was kind of mid to me. Like, he cool and all. He's just like a huge slot. He ain't really like gonna block for you. A guy like Justin Jolly's gonna block, man. Oscar Delp, even wide receiver like Branch. You got change of pace back, but I don't think that's something you need at all. Quarterback. It's looking like everything but running back and quarterback is on the table for this team. Who's the best players available? Edge is also like fun for this team. I know you got TJ Parker, but is that enough? Is it? I don't think so. Trey Moore has been good. Still been watching last season. Trey Moore has been popping. West Weeks. What was West Weeks in this draft? I don't know. He had to be, right. Draft already happened. They wouldn't be that far off with it. Max Ironacker just to develop is what it looked like. He isn't terrible, but at the same time, now you could get a piece like Zachariah Branch. You do that, bro. Nah, I'm sorry, bro. You can get a piece like Zachariah Branch. Go ahead and do that. Right here for the Texans, you got a whole new offensive line. So now it's just who's the best players, right? I got the new offensive line. I got the defensive tackle they needed. Dude, you just go CJ Allen. Yeah, CJ Allen. And you move on. He could tackle and, just that easy. Browns. You got two wide receivers. You got offensive line. This is where they got Austin Barber in real life, I believe. And that's just awesome value. Right here, you probably still go like the same way the Browns drafted, which is awesome. I think the Browns had a better draft almost than I'm having for them because they just drafted all the players I liked. You got tight end. You got Dunker to play right tackle. You got maybe someone else can play tackle, right? Guard. Anise Cooper could play guard, and you have Dunker play tackle. Um, you don't need wide receiver. You already took two. Um, Jamal McCoy is a dog. Imagine you could just like redshirt Jamal McCoy, and next year he play. You're the Browns, so like, what are you in a rush for? Edge. I would like an edge rusher next to Myles Garrett, believe it or not. But in this world where they got no left tackle, I do think you got to go tackle, right? Trey Zoon, even Isaiah World. I didn't hate Isaiah World. I see he didn't get drafted. I didn't hate him. Yeah, he got bitched by Romelio Height, but Romelio Height is like, yo, I'm telling y'all, a pure pass rusher. Like, Romelio Height is not no slouch. This team got Jeremiah Love and hasn't picked ever since. And I would almost run straight to the trenches. Wide receiver, linebacker play. Yeah, that's needed too. You could see why they went Sonny Styles. Like Sonny Styles just right there fits right. Jake Gaudet, though, these other open field linebackers are productive in my opinion too. You got Jake Gaudet to do it, which is awesome. But like I'm saying, these other guys, they can do everything that Jake Gaudet do. Or Jake Gaudet could do everything that Sonny Styles does is what I meant to reiterate. Right here for the Commanders though, you got pick 71. Right here, I think they went Antonio Williams in real life. Yeah, he's ranked 71. It's pick 71. Cool. I do like Dejon Stribling more than Antonio Williams, even on my board. His ability to block, his yak, his dude, the 49ers love guys who have yak ability, yards after contact, rack, like run after catch, all of that stuff. And the NFL is super valuable. And y'all, I'm going to be back in 30 seconds. My bad. That is one thing about doing these lives. I'm 2 hours in and finally had to go to the bathroom. 2 hours in. We are doing 7 rounds. I am currently 2 hours in. I just drafted Isaiah World, who went undrafted, which some people probably gonna unlike, but I'm really just waiting to see the end of the draft so I can compare my draft to the real one and see how I did for your favorite team. Commanders got Jeremiah Love at pick 7. I'm thinking Dejon Stribling at pick 71. He actually is like a good receiver. Um, he could have a better career than people think, especially with his ability to block. And like I said, he's on a team that loves his play style with his run after a catch ability. Um, Caleb Proctor, guy who I'm super high on, took him at pick 41. Yeah, I do think he's that good of a player. Then you got maybe another edge rusher. I do love the way that the Bengals went with just getting like an edge rusher to give them juice in Cassius Howell. Maybe this is a Malachi Lawrence destination, deny Dennis Sutton destination. I like Caden Curry. I just like his ability to produce. Maybe his measurables isn't the best, but we already seen with Cassius Howell that this isn't a team too worried about that. Malachi Lawrence, his ability to just stay on the floor, I don't like it. Carnell Tate, Caden McDonald are two players that's been taken for this team. Maybe you could just like deny Dennis Sutton here. Trey Moore is good. Jake Gaudet, you do got to start taking some of these linebackers, right? I said that you gotta take a class from what their group is of skilled players, meaning like this linebacker class in the 2026 NFL draft is good. The linebacker class is good. I love the wide receiver class. Every wide receiver class is good nowadays though. Um what else? Um Eli Heinberg is like a crazy fullback. But to stay on topic with pick 73 out of 257, what would I want to do with the Saints? They in real life, I want to see what they did round three. It seems like they went Oscar Delp, who I ain't gonna lie, I might just yeah, Oscar Delp. I've been waiting for him to go. I'm gonna let Oscar Delp get off the board right there at pick 73 again. That is perfect. The Chiefs have went nothing but defense so far. I would have loved in right tackle. Bro, is this Max Ironacre guy just falling in their lap at this point? Do I just take Max Ironacre and like the best wide receiver left? Yeah, I think I'll just take Max Ironacre, develop him. He just fell in their lap, right? The wide receiver room in the Dolphins now, y'all. If Dolphins fans, I'm telling you, if I was your GM, first things first, I would have got y'all an O line for the Dolphins, straight to the O line. And now, for Dolphins fans, just throw darts at wide receivers. Dude, who cares about the defense? You have no quarterback. Um, right here, the first dart thrown. Um, I like production. Believe it or not, Kevin Coleman, I think he's just gonna be able to come in and produce. Like Kevin Coleman just produces. He might have even went to the Dolphins in real life. Actually, I don't know where he went in real life. He could have been the Dolphins. Actually, I think Kevin Coleman's a good player. If Dolphins, if y'all took Kevin Coleman, that's actually like a good pick. Like this Ohio State tight end and stuff y'all were doing, just that's where y'all lost me, man. Makai Lemon and Garrett Nussmeyer has started off my Steelers draft already perfect, man. That's great. Um, dude, what else could you do on this team? I feel like they could use some edge play, believe it or not. They could use offensive line too. Everywhere it seemed like. Steelers team just disappointing, right? But right here, I'm making the offense a little bit lit. You just went from like Aaron Rodgers and nothing to like you got a slot and Makai Lemon next to DK and Pittman. You got a slow team like always with this team, but hey, man, that offensive line is probably where you look to upgrade, man. But like, who's available? You know, like ain't nobody available to upgrade this. Like I told you, I take all of the best offensive linemen. Like that is the name of the game, O line. Because all those O linemen I took, I think could block Keldrick Falk, no cap. This guy gets no production. You get you a good offensive lineman, guys like that are negated. But we're at the point where like, man, you do go offensive line for this team, right? You could throw Troy Fautanu at guard. I believe going into his draft, I thought Troy Fautanu was a guard, you know? Trey Zune, I heard that he's willing to play guard center. Maybe you just draft Trey Zune and find him a spot. I think that's the plan. You draft Trey Zune and find him a spot. 77 for the Buccaneers. I mean, what could this team use? They could use a lot, right? You ain't win no championship. If you ain't win a championship, you could use a lot all the time, right? I'm playing, I'm trolling. Buccaneers though, you use a wide receiver replacement. They got Ted Hurst in real life, who I do like Ted Hurst. I just think there's a lot of ways you can go with receiver. Chris Brazzell is still available. I'm gonna go Chris Brazzell. I like his ability to separate. He tracks the ball, something that players like Skylar Bell, I felt like were super weak at tracking the ball. And yeah, right here for the Colts, we are starting this with Jacob Rodriguez. And I mean, what else could this team use? A lot, right? huh? I mean, they got AJ Halsey in real life. I believe is what they did. AJ Halsey's not even a bad pick. Might just do it again. Dude, this team needs right tackle play. Nah, I know I said I'm not too high on this dude. Dude, anyone but who they got playing right tackle. Literally, like who do they have playing right tackle right now, fam? The Colts are trolling. Um, Pick 79, you got quarterback, right? Wide receiver is something I think this team could use. Ted Hurst is available to get open. Uh, Cyrus Allen, Eric McAllister, I think is super underrated. Um, Eric McAllister almost is what I want to make the pick, but Antonio Williams could just come in and produce. I ain't gonna lie. Dion Burks too, though. Cyrus Allen. Cyrus Allen is fun. Eric Rivers, dude. Eric Rivers a dog. But Antonio Williams has been around for a while. The Ravens, they've gone with O-line so far. Do I complete that interior thing I started? I started drafting them interior. Is there a right guard that could just finish it in Anise Cooper? Do I just take Anise Cooper and finish off the Ravens O line? Who did the Ravens take here in real life? Don't even know. Um, I think that the Ravens is in a position to just take offensive line one more time and then start the receiver run. Jacoby Lane was here or Elijah Surratt. Not bad options at all. But like you got John Simpson playing right guard. I think I revamped the O line enough. No, I got a center and left guard. You got Ronnie Stanley, John Simpson, and Roger. Um, I just think the Ravens would have got a center in round two if Zion Young wasn't on the board. I do think the Ravens had the right plan. Just Zion Young was on the board. You gotta smash Zion Young, right? Um, Now we're in a world where like you could maybe take a Colton Hood, Chris Johnson, D'Angelo Collins. One of these corners is almost where I'm looking at for the Ravens. I also, believe it or not, I did not like the play of Roquan Smith. He had no juice. Um, Jake Galde, Josiah Trotter, these are players with juice, man. These are players with just juice on juice on juice. Um, Harold Perkins is cool. Um, Maybe one of these linebackers is what the Ravens could do later on in the draft, and take the wide receivers. Yeah. It's just at this point, who is the best ones available? In real life, I think that Elijah Surratt pick was awesome. Um, and this, I might almost go back and just take Elijah Surratt for this team again. Um, Elijah Surratt is good. Like I don't know how else to tell you. Edge rush is also lit for this team, right? You get Trey Hendrickson, Mike Green, and maybe one guy to complete a rotation. Um, is it a guy like Keldrick Falk? I mean, at this point, Keldrick Falk is at pick 80. I mean, he was a great run defender. The Ravens used to be like this insane run defense, y'all. Like the Ravens low-key ain't been that. But they also could get these wide receivers. I think Lamar is talented enough to where I'm gonna go with Malachi or Keldrick Falk. I'm leaning towards Keldrick Falk. Trey Moore is cool too. I'm gonna go Keldrick Falk for the Ravens. Pick 80. We're going Keldrick Falk, who went in the first round in real life. A guy I'm lower on. Think his teammates better. I think a lot of people better. But 200 more picks to go. Pick 81. We got the Jaguars, who took a tackle to begin with. Dude, they need to replace they need to replace Devin Lloyd. I can't believe they let Devin Lloyd go, especially for how cheap they did. Let's start this off with Kyle Lewis. I think Kyle Lewis is awesome. I know the Dolphins like just drafted a plethora of linebackers and corners with like, dude, you could have actually like dude, those players that they got are good, but like, are you the team to do that? You know, you're gonna have all those linebackers and corners fighting for their lives for like 12 seconds because of no production anywhere else. Cornerback, cornerback play. We're at the point where like these corners got to go. Like, and the Vikings could use some of them too, bro. I ain't gonna lie. D line though, next to their defensive tackles, who's been awesome. Daryl Jackson would be fun to get pass rush production. I hate the Caleb Banks pick in the first round. Y'all see, it's about to be round 4, and Caleb Banks is still on the board. Injury prone guy who gets no production. I don't get it. Daryl Jackson though, I'm looking at Daryl Jackson. Some of these corners are going to, like, the fact that I let these corners fall this far. I'm gonna be wrong on someone, but like I just prefer defensive tackle play, y'all. It's just what it is. You do got to start taking these corners, right? Dalen Everett is my personal like next favorite. This team got Brandon Cisse already. They don't need another corner. Dude, this team does need edge, bro. Like Micah Parsons is cool and all, but like, come on, man. Xavier Harris, we just let him like not even get drafted. It's crazy, right? Harold Perkins. I think him off the edge would be fun. And then he could play linebacker for this team. Yeah, you want someone who could do what Malachi Lawrence does, and like what Malachi Lawrence could become is what you want on this team, though. So I'm gonna go Malachi Lawrence. Nah, bro, nah. I like the Night Dennis Sutton more. Josiah Trotter. I'm gonna go Harold Perkins. I like Harold Perkins, and he's awesome. He won LSU a couple games on his own. This team got tackle, quarterback, wide receiver, right? Could still use more interior help, but that's what Zune is there to be actually, which is hilarious. This team could use linebackers. I even think this team could use like a edge rush room. They like to drop their edge rushers in coverage a lot, and some of their guys are also just getting older, and like Cam Hayward and stuff like that. Like at some point, you gotta get new defensive linemen. The Steelers, this draft so far has been very offensive orientated for me, and I do think that's something they got to do in real life too. But could you go another O lineman? Is Connor Lew getting judged too hard by me because of that Texas A&M game? We'll see, but like Texas A&M was giving it to him. You feel me? Like, nah, they was giving it to him, boy. You got Ramsey, you got Joey Porter, you got Jamal Dean. You go corner on this team? Because this is around the point where they went Dalen Everett in real life, but I just let Dalen Everett go like 2 picks before. Is this a defensive tackle? And like I'm thinking, but Daryl Jackson already went to the Vikings. Is this a wide receiver? But Makai Lemon already got drafted. I don't hate just taking offensive line here. When you're at a point where like you're kind of confuzzled on what you should do, you should just take the best offensive lineman on the board. Am I crazy? Like, you can never like, what if they become like an amazing offensive lineman? You are set. Jalen, oh, I liked one of these Kentucky linemen. I did. Going back and watching the film, these Kentucky boys were cool. I forgot which one it was. Did Brian Parker play at Kentucky or Duke? I think Brian Parker played at Duke. Duke and Kentucky, they're almost like easy to mix up sometimes. Yeah. For the Steelers, I might just Zach Frazier. I'm not really too fond of him. I might be tripping on that. Trey Zoom, cool. Nah, I don't think this team should go with offensive line, even though if they could, I would. It's just I don't see where the talent is. The talent is at linebacker. You got Josiah Trotter just sitting here. You got Jake Gaudet just sitting here. Jack Kelly just sitting here. That's where the talent is. So I'm gonna go Josiah Trotter here. Next we got the Chargers, who, I mean, do I do it with just taking one of these interior linemen? And like I said, work cool. Jalen Farmer, I liked him. Or I don't know which one of them I liked, but I did like one of the Kentucky guys for sure. Logan Jones, nah, he's just a guy who he could fall and fall and fall. I mean, these a corner at this point, right? Like, look at the corners that are just available. Like, look at the corners available, right? You gotta take one of them, right? Like, Julian Neal, to me, he's good. You got Julian Neal. You got you got so many defensive backs. I've let a lot of defensive backs go because trench play are more important, man. Like just being like a starter on the trenches is very important. But we're at the point where we got starters at corner. You know, Cohen Hood on my Giants is hopefully a starter, right? He wasn't a guy who I'm super high on, and this is like what I would do. So I'm trying to be realistic. This is around the area I would take Cohen Hood. Cohen Hood is not like a bad player. Wonder what they think of that pick. Now I got the Dolphins, who I just finished getting them an entire offensive line unit. Some receivers would be awesome, right? You got Kevin Coleman, Caleb Douglas. Like watching his film, he looking scary. But I'm gonna go Eric McAllister. I know Eric McAllister seems like he broke a foot or something. Hopefully he come back soon. I'm gonna go ahead and take the offensive lineman for the or Katron Allen. This team let go of what's his name? Come on, Travis Etienne, Damon Claiborne, Emmett Johnson, even actually. Like I might just take one more offensive lineman for this team because I even like Rashul Faison. I'm gonna take one more offensive lineman, but this team that I just let take two offensive linemen, they should go running back. They let their running back go. They let their linebacker go. Like these are positions that in the draft you could find again in linebacker and running back, but letting Katron Allen go and getting Emmett Johnson instead and upgrading that offensive line even more might be valuable. I got Monroe Freeman for the Jags already. At this point, you go ahead and get a guard. And then next, maybe I take a running back. Dude, this Jaguars team is a team who I've been begging to take offensive line for years now. Like Trevor Lawrence is a dog for being able to produce behind this, but I'm thinking Jalen Farmer. Who else would it be? Cage Casey play him in at guard. But yeah, Cage Casey play him in at guard. Cage Casey, Logan Jones, Bo Stevens. These were guys that on the one-on-ones at senior day, I was seeing them get killed on one-on-ones at senior day. So what about the NFL? Pat Coogan is cool. Jagger Burton, remember the name. I'm gonna go Jalen Farmer. It's just about the next pick that I'm about to do. That's why. This team, I finished their offensive line unit, getting Markel Bell. I started drafting them D-line unit. Can I get them one more defensive lineman and like just absolutely overkill? I think having a rotation of pass rushers is more valuable than a rotation of tight ends. Like, what are we doing? Deny Dennis Sutton to the Bears. You get a Cassius Howell who's super productive, and deny Dennis Sutton who's just a 5-star who eventually could put it all together, right? I'm going to deny Dennis Sutton. The Dolphins have so far, you got just a whole new offense, right? Deion Burks could kind of give you what you're missing with Tyreek Hill, Caleb Douglas. I'm starting to see the pick more than I did on day one. I'll say that. But this Dolphins draft, it's a draft where like I could stay away from defense, dude. Like all these corners that they were getting, all these valuable picks. Yeah, it looked cute, but like I mean, Michael Taff actually cool. These safeties are actually crazy. Now AJ Halsey. Now some of these safeties being available still is crazy, right? Genesis Smith is my personal favorite one next. His pass coverage, which I think coverage is king, you know? Like as a safety, I understand the ability of liking people who could tackle and stuff, but like Zaki Wheatley, man. I like those guys more than AJ Halsey, Bud Clark, who maybe are ball hawks, but don't do as much all around. Genesis Smith. Yeah, I'm about to just take Genesis Smith, or am I just better off taking another weapon like Justin Jolly? Bro, I think I'm better off taking Justin Jolly. Like the Dolphins got no weapons, just overkill. Overkill for Malik Willis, overkill for whoever's about to be there. I love Justin Jolly. I'm going Justin Jolly. Um, the Bills, I've taken wide receiver for them, and that's it. We about to have a lot of Bills picks, and I mean, what edge rusher? You could just go Malachi Lawrence, right? Malachi Lawrence. Yeah. Um, corner. Corner play is tough too for this team. Chris Johnson, if he is what people think he is, but Malachi Lawrence, he's able to come in there and just be big. Like at sometimes that's all you need. I ain't gonna lie. Um, so could like Xavier Harris and stuff though. Nick Barnett is cool. I actually like Skylar Gill Howard. Renee Conga. Yeah, this team could draft a defensive tackle later on and just go with the best corner for real. I'm gonna go Julian Neal. Looking around at these corners, Julian Neal is actually like sticky. He could play pass coverage. Some of these guys are better tacklers, but that's not what I'm looking for. Peter Woods and Ruben Bain. That is a fucking crazy draft. I think Peter Woods is a top 10 player. Sorry, everybody. My last mock draft, I had Peter Woods going in round 2. I watch back on the film and see why he wasn't productive. He's getting triple teamed. Bro, they treating him like Myles Garrett, of course. Um, pick 92. I mean, this has been very defensive so far. You got Ruben Bain and Peter Woods. That's awesome, dude. I mean, you do start going these corners, right? Chris Johnson is some people's highest rated corner, and they just got him at pick 92. Pick 93. This is a team that also needs corner, bro. Like, I don't see why you can't go with a Avion Terrell at pick 93 is more reasonable to me. Like him in the first round is like nepotism. But pick 93, Avion Terrell forced a couple punches out the ball, Now that's cool. Maybe the Dolphins could start going like defense now. Maybe this is where you give like D'Angelo Pons a hard job and like he has to go to Miami, but like D'Angelo Pons is a good player, It just he doesn't have the traits, but like being a good football player, he is that. He is that smart, good, aware. You go D'Angelo Pons and just like start your quarterback room with that. Chris Bell, Kayron Crawford is what I've done for the Patriots so far. I disagree with this team's need for tackle. Linebacker is not crazy. You do just go Jay Gaudet and get you a guy who could play in the open field. Jacoby Lane being a D plus at pick 64 is crazy. At corner though, this team did lose Tariq Woolen. So like Keontae Scott is such a fun pick up on the Seattle Seahawks to me, especially how the defenses ran. Dude, Keontae Scott just going over there next to Devon Witherspoon, just making tackles, making plays and be nasty. Um, you got Jay Slaughter, you got defensive line play, you got Dylan Thieneman at 18, which is awesome. Dude, I've been talking about taking running backs. Um, Kyler Murray, he do need him, man. Kyler Murray, I mean, they got running backs there, but like, um, Malachi Lawrence, Tyreek Sapp. Ooh, Tyreek Sapp isn't bad. I would love Tyreek Sapp in Prime Flores defense, y'all. Um, Pick 98. We got safety, edge, wide receiver, right? What else would this team want? Um, Tight end wasn't really that big of a play for me. Jalen Kilgore, he just be able to go in there and like play the ball, dude. I love Jalen Kilgore's game. Genesis Smith on this Steelers team being able to play like pass coverage, especially when you have Jalen Ramsey and friends there, is super valuable. You got Josiah Trotter. The Steelers team in this mock draft so far have gotten a lot of offense. AJ Halsey is available. Elijah Surratt is available. Davison Igbinoza. Like, cornerback depth is one of the most important places that have depth. I'm not gonna lie. And Davison Igbinoza is cool. Malik Hamid too. Keith Abney was cool. I like Willie. I do like Willie. Willie is like very physical. So was Igbinoza. I'm going to Igbinoza. Pick 100. I think this is where you go with your Emmett Johnson. Dude, Emmett Johnson he is starting to get slept on, bro. Dude, this guy is good, and the Chiefs got him. Is scary. He could replace what Etienne was doing for this team at pick 100, no cap. That sucks for like the Titans because like Emmett Johnson, dude, I could have just took him to the Titans and played an awesome role for that team. I also like Damon Claiborne. I think that he's awesome back, especially like between the tackles. Or no, especially like as a pass catching option for like Kel Ward. I like Katron Allen. I'm gonna go Katron Allen. Yeah. Because you got Tony Pollard to be like what Damon Claiborne would be. And I do have Katron Allen better than Emmett Johnson. I think it's just close. Emmett Johnson's a dog though, but like go ahead, take the next running back in Katron Allen. And for the Commanders, looking back at it, it's a good draft because I got them going Katron Allen. Or they got Katron Allen and Sony Styles in real life. Dude, those are two players that like I still got them going Jeremiah Love and whatever else I had them taking. But they got Katron Allen instead of Jeremiah Love and Sonny Styles, who was like huge in need. I think Katron Allen is going to be a good player, and getting him in round 6 instead of like Jeremiah Love at pick 3 is going to show y'all the value of taking a running back that early. Okay. So Austin Barker, I got him to play left guard, which is awesome. Demetrius Crownover is going to play right tackle. Do I just take Anise Cooper to play right guard and like, yeah, he finished the unit? Is Anise Cooper worth a 4th round pick? Who's available? Anise Cooper, or like, dude, I'm sorry, bro. I'm finishing units before I take these players who could possibly be more talented. Yeah, Malachi Lawrence or Anise Cooper. I mean, can Malachi Lawrence beat Anise Cooper every time? Like, I didn't see him do it. Like I didn't see him do it. Malachi Lawrence ain't all that, bro. Grayson Halton being a D plus is a joke. I don't care if it's at 44. Grayson Halton is a dog. You got that defensive tackle next to Bailey. That front 7 is awesome. Set. A move tight end would be fun for this team. Like Eli Stowers, you do understand taking him, right? A move tight end. I like Eli Ryden more though, and Michael Trigg. Um, Michael Trigg is very unwilling to block, but I don't think you can say the same about Eli. I'm thinking Eli as of now. Maybe Caleb Banks could be like a project. Maybe even at this point, you go ahead and take a Malachi, but at the same time, I think this is the team. You just go ahead and take Jamal McCoy. Um, redshirt Jamal McCoy, and whatever you do at corner again, your cornerback room is gonna be drastically improved. Um, I've went nothing but O-line so far, and the computer hates it. But let me tell you, Kalen Black would love it, but I'm not gonna go running back. If you want to go running back, you got it next year, right? Next year's class is amazing at running back. I mean, this is a team that should just now, honestly, with the rest of these picks, now that you got a offensive line unit, you should just go defense, no cap. You got a corner last year who I like. You got Willie, who would be a very good compliment next to Will Johnson, right? Malachi Lawrence, who's just a fat, sloppy edge rusher. Don't really love Malachi Lawrence. Jack Kelly could kind of be what they wanted their first round pick to be a couple years ago in that edge rusher. I forgot his name, the white guy who they took in the first round randomly. Let me search up the Cardinals depth chart to get this guy's name. Dude, what is this guy's name? They just took a linebacker converted edge and Zaven Collins. Yeah. Will Johnson, Denzel Burke, Garrett Williams. Believe it or not, I like the Cardinals cornerback room. Walter Nolan, I love the Walter Nolan. Rob, even like, I might take a defensive tackle next to him if I could, right? Do you let Caleb Banks just come back and take his time? But even when Caleb Banks was playing, I didn't see too much I liked out of him. Maybe this Tyler guy is better, right? Edge. I ain't gonna lie. That Zaven Collins dude, he's one of Malachi Lawrence is one of the only people like, dude, that Zaven Collins dude does nothing, bro. So the Giants got a left guard and a right guard and a safety. So what could we do now? We could go like receiver. I think we could go receiver and defensive tackle. It's just what it is. Tyler Guy, he got Xavier Harris. And you got a lot of receivers like Cyrus Allen. You got Caleb Douglas, Malik Benson. Oof, you got Eric Rivers. Eric Rivers is good. You got Eric Rivers. You got Malachi Fields, who we ended up taking in real life. You got Elijah Surratt. You got Ted Hurst still. I did like Ted Hurst. Ted Hurst actually like separates too. Kendrick Law was cool, but like he had his moments. Caleb Douglas, I went back and watched. He was awesome. I also love Malik Benson. I love Malik Benson. I almost want to take Malik Benson, y'all. I'm taking Malik Benson. As a Giants fan, I'm having a fun draft. The Texans, they went O-line, backer, and defensive tackle. So, like, their O-line, their front seven is pretty much getting fixed up. I mean, you could only add more, right, to the defensive tackle play. Like, Tyler would be awesome. Caleb Banks, maybe Caleb Banks to like a next year thing. I do think Caleb Banks to this team would be cool. Like as a next year thing. Even Trey Moore to this team would be cool. As like a just that piece. Genesis Smith though. I do love the idea of like this team is already physical. Oh, it's a Key Wheatley, dude. You go and get safety on this team. That's nasty. Or a running back. You got David Montgomery, Damon Claiborne. That's cool. Mike Washington is super fast. Be able to like move. If you got Mike Washington, this offensive line that just added Rutledge, Mike Washington and um Buddy could be a problem with him and David Montgomery. I like them on Claiborne more though. I almost do. Oh man. Okay. Claiborne, even if you have Claiborne next year, he'd fit next to any running back. And he's fast. I'm gonna go Claiborne. And then right here, you go best player available. You've already went with the O line and receiver needs. Yeah. You go edge. Gabe Yakus, cool and all. I hate how he plays the run, but like on this team, next to Miles Garrett, he's able to get to the quarterback. Gabe Yakus is bendy. I'll say that. Gabe Yakus, I like the bend he plays with. 108, the Broncos haven't made a pick since Tacario Davis, who's going to play next to Patrick Surtain and really show y'all how good he is. I don't know. You got a lot of things you could do here as the Broncos. You got wide receiver, tight end, Eli Raridan over here would be awesome. Eli Raridan going to the Broncos. Next, you got the Chiefs at 109. At 109, the Chiefs could go receiver Cyrus Allen. I think the need at receiver is bigger than people realize. Eric Rivers is, I keep saying the name Eric Rivers and I don't take him. Elijah Surratt though is just smart. Ted Hurst is just gonna get open. Like I do like some of these players like Ted Hurst, Josh Cameron, Cyrus Allen again. Tight end. Who do we have available? Stowers, Trig. Trig is cool. Trig went undrafted. It's crazy. 109. I still got Caleb Banks available. It's hilarious, right? Because he got drafted as high as he did. But I'm looking at maybe Caleb Banks. No cap. Caleb Banks or Tyler. I ain't gonna lie, bro. I'm taking this Tyler dude over Caleb Banks, bro. Like Caleb Banks, bro. Like I'm watching back on the tape. He's not a player I'm in love with. But like on the one-on-ones and stuff like that, I see why people like him. Like on the one-on-ones and stuff, he was producing. Like he just is a big player, but like on the field, it's not the same. It's just not. But maybe that's why you take him at 109, right? Caleb Banks falling to 109, huh? I might let the fall stop, but at the same time, who's that receiver, man? And when's the next time the Chiefs pick? 40 picks from now? These receivers aren't going to be the same names 40 picks from now, but there's still going to be one that Mahomes could deal with, right? Caleb Banks coming back from a broken foot, too. It's going to take him time. Ah, man, dude. I'm going to go Caleb Banks for the Chiefs, but at the same time, I don't love going a hurt player for a Super Bowl team. But I think he could come back from a broken foot by the time Mahomes is back. So I'll go Caleb Banks for the Chiefs at 109. A guy who I've had completely fall lower than the NFL did. Edge. This is where you look back at it and like you gotta love the Cassius Howell pick because now, like, I got Caden Curry and Caleb Proctor. And maybe I could still go ahead and get a corner, right? Keith Abney, Chandler Rivers, Will Lee, Lee Common, AJ Hosey. Like, these are still good players. Genesis Smith, Michael Taft. I like Michael Taft, believe it or not. I think Michael Taft's a good football player. Broncos. I just took Eli Raridan a couple picks ago. They got Tacario Davis. I mean, what, Mike Washington? Is he the pick? You go O-line? No, you go the Tyler guy. Tyler was their first pick in the draft, I'll let them get him in the third round. Now you got the Cowboys who have been having an amazing draft for me. Chris Johnson, who went, they got 3 first rounders in my world, and they could probably. Oh no, now there's no many. Now we're at like player 50. We are 100 picks in, guys. So we are at the point where like, yeah. Um, Cowboys, what would they be able to do? They could go like offensive center, offensive line, defensive line, corner. Corner is still in the play for the Cowboys. They let Diggs go. I didn't even like their cornerback room before that. This offense is low key ready. Devin Moore, Will Lee is a guy I like though. I'm gonna go Will Lee. Jacob Rodriguez and a right tackle is what the Colts super needed, a right tackle. Yo, I want y'all to go to the Colts depth chart and name me their right tackle. Nah, that John is a joke. Um, Trey Moore or Vincent Anthony Jr. are maybe the pick here. I like both of them, Trey Moore and Vincent Anthony Jr. I feel like this team's cornerback room is cool enough. Um, their wide receiver room in Indianapolis could use some help too, right? Honestly, believe it or not, the quarterback room in Indianapolis could use some help. Maybe like a Taylor Green, but Anthony Richardson got to hit the field at some point, right? Um, yeah, I be forgetting they got Anthony Richardson. Um, right here for the Colts, looking like a wide receiver or edge. Wide receiver, I think we could wait one more round on it. Um, Edge, I think it's almost too late with the talent that's left. I don't like LT Overtone really. Um, Maybe he could play defensive end and you move Laitu Latu as a like strict edge though, right? And have LT Overton play a 3 tech role. Um, Trey Moore is just almost better though, no cap. Safety, they got a random playing safety. I ain't gonna lie. They do got a random playing safety. They got AJ Halsey. I might just get them AJ Halsey again. I like Genesis Smith and Zakee Wheatley more than AJ Halsey though. I'm gonna go Zakee Wheatley. I'm very confident on Zakee Wheatley. Um, Genesis Smith though, his ability to I've heard about apparent tackling skills that people don't like about Genesis Smith. I don't know how much I could like vouch with people on that. Maybe his tackling is bad. I didn't realize that. Like that was a random like con that people all agreed on that I guess I wasn't looking for. When I was watching Arizona, dude, these DBs could cover, man. These DBs like bro, it was awesome watching the DBs play. Eagles, right here. If I'm the Eagles after I just got like Kilgore to play safety next to McBuka or nickel, wherever you know, we can move him and DeJean around, Kilgore and DeJean, and then you have Branch play around. You have Toledo safety. You got TJ Parker. I'm thinking you just go another edge rusher. Get edge rush, rotation going. I like George Gumps. I like LT Overton. Um Eagles could use like a 3 tech, even though Jalen Carter kind of is a 3 tech. Um, I mean, they also could use guard play, right? You can never have an Eagles draft without an offensive lineman took, right? Um, Logan Jones, Bo Stevens, these were guys that like were highly touted, but Logan Jones literally has like 1% arm length. Bo Stevens' film on the one-on-ones was terrible. I'm thinking you go Kentucky O lineman. Connor Lew was getting abused by like certain people, so I'm gonna go with this Jagger dude. Not a bad. I do remember watching Kentucky play, and I was trying to see how their guards looked, and like they were cool. They like you go watch some teams, and some guys just play like they cool. Um, this team could use wide receiver. They got Elijah Surratt. I'm gonna let them keep him, right? You just let him keep Elijah Surratt. Yeah. Pick 116 for the Buccaneers. Chris Brazil was an awesome pick. Huh? You got two edge rushers and Chris Brazil. That is cool. Um, what else could this team use? Tight end and corners. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. And this is the Buccaneers used to be a man team. They kind of still are. Um, Devin Moore. I've seen the people high on him. Jaden Kennedy is someone who I'm not really too like. Actually, I lied. I did watch a lot of Oregon, and Kennedy was like popping out, huh? Yeah, yeah. Um, Corners maybe looking like what it is for this team. You got Benjamin Morrison, who I liked, and Zion McCullum, who's cool. But like after like Antoine Winfield, you do need help in this secondary, bro. And this team got Arvell Reese to fall in them in this world. They had Ruben Bain fall to them in the real one. And I mean, dude, you just go corner now, right? I think this is kind of what the team did in real life. Um, dude, corner. Who's the best corner available? Um, I like this Avery Smith dude. Believe it or not, y'all. Avery Smith is cool. It's looking like Malik Muhammad though. Malik Muhammad wasn't a bad corner. Stays in coverage. Devin Moore is somebody who people are high on. Jaden Kennedy though is somebody that I don't want to sleep on, but I'm gonna go Malik Muhammad. Malik Muhammad. This team, I can't believe that like the Raiders were out here drafting running backs and shit, bro. Like you niggas drafted a running back is sick, yo. Um, Even like Eli. Eli would have been so tough, like a fullback next to Ashton Genty, but like y'all niggas took a running back to like take Ashton Genty touches is sick, yo. Um, they don't have a wide receiver one still. Um, can Malachi Fields be that? If Malachi Fields is your wide receiver one, you see what type of like team you are though, right? Um, Dion Burks, he's an awesome compliment type of player. I'm gonna go Dion Burks here. He went undrafted in real life. His speed and ability to just oh no, I'm going Eric Rivers. Eric Rivers just gets the ball. Some people get the ball. Getting the ball is the most important thing at wide receiver. He gets the ball. Um, Blake Miller's an A plus pick at 47, which at that point I could kind of get down with it. Um, pick 118. This team got edge rusher and a tackle. At this point, they need a center, right? Ragnow retired. He was out here teasing them last year, I believe. They got Cade Mays, they got Radledge. This team could use a center. Um, Coogan, I loved Pat Coogan going into this draft process, and like he kind of fell for me, but I mean he could fall here, right? Um, Pat Coogan or Connor Lew, believe it or not, y'all, I'm going Parker Bellsford. Yep, I know it. I just brought up a name that I didn't really say this much this entire episode. Parker isn't bad. Going back watching Alabama, Parker was cool. I think that's what you do. You take Parker, you got you a nice offensive line on this team, and then the Panthers, you got some defense, you got a offensive line unit that's ready. Um, Dang, this Panthers team could have looked back at it and like, dang, we could have took that center, or maybe even they could go Connor Luke because I was debating between a couple centers here. Um, they ended up taking Sam Heck in real life, which was my first center to go off. But like Pat Coogan, I just mentioned there was a point where he was my first center. He could be the fourth one. Um, Caleb, the Green Bay Packers now have the board, and I mean, what you got? Corner. I ended up taking Brandon Cisse at the same spot. Awesome pick by the Packers. You got D line, but Harold Perkins kind of could do that. Harold Perkins is like D line edge. Dude, Harold Perkins is a dog. And right here with edge again, I guess you just would go with oh man, LT Overtone would actually be able to play in between nicely. Gumps is cool. I do want like a run stuffer for this team, like a Jack Kelly. I do like Jack Kelly. Jack Kelly's actually cool. He can do a little bit of everything too. Kind of like Harold Perkins. Harold Perkins kind of played an off-ball pass coverage role, and Jack Kelly more of the tackler for the Green Bay Packers. Um, Steelers, yeah, they still could use, interior offensive line, but like I don't like the people that's on the board really. DJ Campbell is probably the next draftable guy, but Eli Stowers, I guess he's at the point where I'm letting him fall. And what would I do right here? Dion Burks, dude. Steelers did not need a trade for Michael Pittman. I could you not? They could have went without Michael Pittman. Defensive line play though, I like Xavier Harris. I know his character is why he didn't get drafted, but I like Xavier Harris. Defensive line for this Falcons team. I wish I would have took an interior man earlier for them, right? Skylar Gill Howard though available. Skylar Gill Howard is available. Um, this team, I guess they could use corner. I mean, even if they do need a corner, this like a zone team. Chandler Rivers would be awesome, bro. Like, what are we doing, bro? Chandler Rivers would be awesome on his own team. Cohen Hood. You got Brian Parker to play guard. You got center somewhere. Do you take Connor Lew finally if you're this team? Like he's at pick what 100 something. I know I'm lower on him, but like he's at 100 something, right? You play well, you play Brian Parker at right guard, where you got Jake Slaughter. And I just think you let Biadasz play center. And then at left guard, what do you do though? If you're this team, what do you do at left guard? I think you just let it play out with Trevor Penning. I do like Trevor Penning. I don't think Trevor Penning's like bad player or anything. 123. If I was trying to help this team win, what would be the best pick? Keith Abney isn't bad. Neither is AJ Halsey at this point. I think Genesis Smith is almost the way to go though, because like you can put Elijah Molden in at nickelback, and this team ended up going with Genesis Smith in real life. So yeah, I think Genesis will be able to play free, and just Elijah Molden go back and play nickel like he used to be. I mean, this team wanted this Nate guy so bad, right? You just let him have it. Do you just let them have Nate? No way did they take Nate at pick 56, right? I hope that's a lie. Like this team could have got so many things and then got Nate. That's sick. This team could almost use another linebacker. Like they let Devin Lloyd, who I think has a debate to be the best linebacker in the league, go. Devin Lloyd has been awesome. Travis Hunter could have someone play alongside him, but I'm pretty sure they traded for someone. Safety room could use a little bit of help. Let's see. Yeah, they need safety and D line. Yeah, safety room could for sure use help. Dalton Johnson is fun. Bud Clark is fun. AJ Halsey at this point is a good player. Like, yeah, you could go AJ Halsey. Patriots. I let them get a corner. Is kind of they got Carlton Davis. They got Jay Gaudet. Maybe you go another edge rusher. Vincent Anthony Jr. is such a Patriot, right? Trey Moore, yeah. Or you go another wide receiver. You got Chris Bell, who's going to take some time to come. Go ahead and get a Ted Hurst. Ted Hurst could actually separate to Caleb Douglas. I wasn't hip on him until everybody was like, who is this guy taking in the draft? This guy's looking like he got like real like potential. Like Caleb Douglas might be someone who gets put on the map this season. He looks explosive, 4.3 type speed. Nah, Caleb Douglas looking fun. Ted Hurst, I liked him. He looked like a just normal wide receiver. He looked like he knew what he was doing. So did Deion Burks, though. I'm going Deion Burks for the Patriots. I don't know how the Patriots could sit here and not just take wide receivers, dude. It's insane. The Bills need a wide receiver, but they got Omar and DJ Moore now, which would be awesome. Julian Neal at corner. This Dominic Orange guy, I didn't see what he does, man. Nick Barnett is cool. Skylar Gill Howard. I like Skylar Gill Howard. He pushes the pocket. He does all that. Emmanuel Prognon, Derek Moore. This 49ers team needs trench play. Is there another linebacker actually they can get or something? A wide receiver is something that in this draft so far they haven't gotten. Mike Evans got, signed by this team. I wonder if Mike Evans is currently healthy. Cyrus Allen is fun. Cyrus Allen is one of those guys that just gets the ball, and this team loves yak. I think Cyrus Allen would be a good player for the 49ers. The Lions, they got edge rusher and O-line so far, which you can't hate that. Edge rusher, O-line, and maybe this is like a Keith Abney team just because like he's good. And like the Lions, like I'll be lying if I told you that they need another offensive lineman. I already took two. They got Penny. They drafted one last year. They have Penny. Dude, like Cade Mays just out there to play center at this point. Unless what Connor Lew? Do I get no? Barker's there. You got a whole lineup. This team that's a whole lineup now. Edge, they got Zion Young. They got DJ Reed. This is another corner. Keith Abney. You get Keith Abney and yeah, no, this team got Keith Abney in real life too. Shout out to Keith Abney. You staying. This team got a lot of D-line play, which is awesome, but I think they're in position to take a wide receiver now, or like maybe even a running back. I don't really like DeAndre Swift, and Mike Washington just like led the league in offensive yards as a duo with Taylor Green, right? Like if Taylor Green could be a duo with Mike Washington, so could Caleb Williams, right? Mike Washington be the last piece, and then you just like, yeah, I do like the idea of Mike Washington on this team. He's able to run fast and just be an offensive menace with all that stuff that the Bears got going on. How fast he is and how good of blocks that they're going to have, it will be awesome. This Dolphins team, I'm at the point now, I'm just going to go off of the draft board and best players available. Maybe you go Ted Hurst. He could play the X role for you. Malachi Fields could too. I'll go Ted Hurst. He's a better separator than Malachi Fields, and separation is king. The Patriots are back on the clock. Wide receivers have been taken. Edge, wide receiver in front seven is all I've done so far. If I could get like, is this a team that could use a center? Like the Patriots are like a team where like, dude, looking back at it, I used to like hate the fact that they made the Super Bowl. This team is complete, bro. Like they literally just need a wide receiver one, and I'm taking them a couple shots. I don't think that they're gonna get it immediately, especially with Chris Bell gonna be hurt to begin the season. Maybe I think that the nickelback is just like where you go now, right? I love this freaking Avery Smith, dude. I think he's really gonna be. I think he's good. I think Avery Smith is good, y'all. Saints, their pick. This Devin Moore, dude. A lot of people seem to be high on him, so I'll go Devin Moore next. Cyrus Allen just got took. His ability to get yak for this team would be awesome. Derek Moore, the trench play. I mean, this team could use corner now, right? Jadon Kennedy. Like I said, this Jadon Kennedy guy cool, bro. Like, come on, you can take Jadon Kennedy. This Raiders team. Look, you got Brock Bowers. You got to take wide receivers now, right? You got Eric Rivers. Tim Malachi Fields. You need wide receivers now, bro. Steelers are at the point where, like, yeah, this is just the team that should just take best player available, right? Stowers, whatever. Maybe the Eagles can come back and take Stowers a couple rounds later than where he actually went, which would be cool for them. Connor Lew to the Steelers. Let's just do it. They need a center, and I keep letting him fall. 135. Let's go. We got like 100 more picks to go, y'all, and we kind of started to fly through them now. I can't wait to get to the recap, talk about how I did better than some of y'all favorite teams, compare the draft to some of y'all favorite teams draft. This is like gonna be a 5-hour episode, y'all. Crazy episode, crazy way to get this channel started, but y'all, like I said, 2027, way too soon. Mock draft dropped it yesterday. I'm gonna do a college power rankings tomorrow, and we're gonna finish this 7-round mock draft. Okay, pick 136. We got Oscar Delp on this team. I like Oscar Delp more than Eli Stowers, y'all. That is a real thing. But we are at the point now where what would this team even need? Like edge rush and linebacker play. I actually agree. These linebackers got to start going. These linebackers are also good. Wade Woodaz, yeah. I'm looking at like Keyshawn Elliott, Bryce, and Deontay Lawson. Deontay Lawson's ability to just be a tackling machine in the NFL, I think, is going to be translatable, especially how physical he is with tackling and his ability to punch out the ball. The Eagles got a guard and 2 safeties. So they got safeties, a wide receiver, and edge, huh? I think you just got to go best player available again. I didn't even realize they took 2 safeties, but that's just what happens when you start taking best player available. I'll take them Eli Stowers. They took Eli Stowers way earlier in real life. That was an A+ pick at that point in round 4, right? We are almost only 100 picks away. This team in the 49ers, I would honestly, I'm looking at like games where Trent Williams would miss. JC Davis or Cage Casey would be awesome. Travis Burke too. Drew Shelton. All these tackles are still good. Like these are still good tackles, believe it or not. Travis Burke, JC Davis, or players that like KG Casey. I went back and watched, and they were producing. Put them at left tackle. Yeah, I would put Cage Casey at left tackle and just have him learn behind Trent Williams. 49ers got back-to-back picks. You got a cornerback you could go? I don't really like this cornerback class no more. Safety, you could go safety and Bud Clark. But Bud Clark is like, is this the last pick that they have? Oh, this is the team's last pick. So we are getting to the point where there are some teams where I'm making their last picks, huh? Caleb is a tackling machine, but we got Fred Warner, right, baby? Come on, we got Fred Warner. We got 2 offensive linemen, a corner, a wide receiver, and a trench player. Like, come on. This is a good draft for the 49ers, and maybe you could just go with one more weapon. And y'all, everybody, let's shut everything down. The 49ers going with Eli Heinrich. Y'all, if only y'all knew how perfect of a fit this was. Navy fullback. He could run in between. I compare him to Christian McCaffrey. dude, you go get Christian McCaffrey replacement when he's gone. That's awesome. And the Jets just got Jamon McCoy at 103, which is crazy still. We're at the point now though where what did you do? Maybe you just go Bud Clark. He makes plays, right? Put him next to Minka Fitzpatrick. That's not crazy. We are at the point now where like 100 more picks, and these players are starting to get a little bit dry. So like I'm at the point where in the draft room, this is just where you take the names this is where you start taking like the best players, right? And stop looking at like positional value and just hope you come out with a player that could produce as an NFL player. So I'm gonna take just the best players like Bud Clark. Yeah, you got Minka, but Bud Clark seems like the best player right there. Damon Claiborne was the last pick taken. I mean, what's the best on the board? I like Michael Trigg. Michael Trigg could make some contested catches. You also got linebacker play that this team, yeah, I did take CJ Allen, but could they not use more than freaking CJ Allen at linebacker? Like, what are we doing? This team could use a good amount of linebackers, especially with how good that front is. I'm gonna go Keyshawn Elliott. I think Keyshawn Elliott is a good player. This team in Tennessee, they got Joshua Josephs, who I like. They got Anthony Hill, who I like. They just got a bunch of starters and Jordan Tyson, who I think is a superstar if he's healthy. Michael Trigg, but they just got Kongu on like a nice deal. Maybe you could go ahead and just start getting cute and go with one more receiver. But this is a team that also could use some defense, right? Like even like freaking Kamari Ramsey, who I'm not too high on. Vincent Anthony Jr. though would be awesome, right? Just come in and be a crash dummy at the tackle position, like just running into them. I like Vincent Anthony Jr. and him being on the Titans would be a good fit too. The Cardinals, we went ahead and got them a whole new O-line. Their ability to have weapons as a team, their whole time has been awesome. They got Michael Wilson, Marvin, Trey McBride. They got Jeremiah Love now too, but not in this world. In this world, maybe you could still get them another weapon, another defensive player. Who's the best player available though? It's looking like linebacker. Like QB is a need, but dude, there's no saving this team unless like Taylor Green, maybe. Taylor Green on this team would be fun. I'm not gonna lie, but how many picks do they have left? Would Taylor Green be available at 183? Maybe. Haynes King is like better, but like Taylor Green's potential, right? If I'm the Cardinals, I'm trying to leave with as much good players as I can, and I think Bryce is a real NFL player. So is Justin Jefferson. I'm going Justin Jefferson. 144 for the Titans. We got a couple edge rushers. We got a linebacker. Could we go linebacker again? Could we go edge again? We just gotta go best player. Is it Kamari Ramsey? I like the Bryce dude. Bryce dude is good to me. JC Davis is a pick that like might just be the responsible one. Sucks for me because my New York Football Giants, I think we got JC Davis here in real life, and I won't be getting him again. We got Malik Benson and a couple O linemen. With Caleb Downs. This is me drafting for my team, so I'm happy with it. I know some of y'all might not like it, but I love it. West Weeks is West Weeks in the NFL. There's so many of him. You got Witt, you got West. Hold on. He is like there's no way he declared, right? It's West Weeks NFL draft, right? Oh, he went Undrafted. Oh wow. Okay. Wow. West Weeks went undrafted. Um, but yeah, I am taking Bryce over him for sure. But dang, undrafted is crazy. 107 was A plus for Gabe Yakis, and that is real. I did let Gabe Yakis fall, but his run defense is abysmal. Um, Corner. I would like to get this team a corner. I do like Damani Jackson, even though he had some plays where he lost. Trey Moore is cool. What else? What else? Trey Moore is cool. I'm looking at Trey Moore. Taylor Green is cool too, actually, bro. Like this team could use a quarterback, but like I'm trying to get as much players as I can that are good. I think Trey Moore is a good player. Interior, tackle, corner, safety. Yeah. And I'm going Kamari Ramsey. This team got a dog and Emmanuel McNeil-Warren in real life. Let me at least let them leave with Kamari Ramsey, right? Dejon Stribling and Jeremiah Love so far has been the Commanders' draft picks, and this team got a lot of more picks coming now. I told y'all linebacker is a room I was willing to like kind of neglect because of the amount of talent here, and Caleb is still a good linebacker, y'all. Chiefs at 109, we looking at Caleb Banks as a B plus. So what do you think this app thinks the Vikings did at pick 18? If 109 is a B plus, holy, being able to get a receiver here is, yeah, gotta be the plan. Bryce Lance, I ain't gonna lie, I keep saying it. This Caleb Douglas dude, like, he might put people in for a shock. Bryce Lance, though, he had a game against Travis Hunter. I went back and watched because, like, Travis Hunter, like, got to be one of the best players to watch, right? Caleb Douglas, though, I think the NFL was right on him. He isn't bad, and, like, he's big, tall, fast. I don't like Skylar Bell that much. Like, players like Skylar Bell that don't track the ball started to scare me. I'm gonna let the NFL get their lap on that one with Caleb Douglas. Caleb Douglas, he seems like a player who I missed out on. And the Browns, okay, got a couple more picks. I mean, do you just like get a Taylor Green real quick? Sawyer Robertson, like Sawyer Robertson had some bad throws. I ain't gonna lie. Haynes King had a bad start to his career. Taylor Green is just the one where, like, if he could put it together, that's crazy, right? I guess we just gonna take Taylor Green and like maybe he could put it together. Let's see. I mean, the Browns ended up taking him in real life too, and I see why, right? Just right there. Hey, what if he could put it all together? What if 150 for the Saints? We are almost 100 more picks, and then this episode is done. The Saints. I'm looking at corner. Like, this team always needed a corner, but like, Damani Jackson, is that what we're doing? Aiden Fisher, is that what? Jacoby Thomas is good, y'all. I've let him fall. George Gumps is cool. Trey Moore is cool. I'm going Trey Moore. I like Trey Moore. The Dolphins, I've let some people fall. George Gumps, do I just let him stay in Florida? No, I let Jacoby Thomas stay in Miami, right? Dude, Miami does need secondary play. I get it, but like, come on, man. You could have finished the O-line and then start taking darts on the secondary. You feel me? Chop Robinson is good though. I would love to get Chop Robinson like a duo. You feel me? Like someone next to him. I do think George Gumps is like almost more valuable, but Jacoby Thomas is like perfect, right? You got Dante Trader there. Like, who is that? And then what? At least like at edge, you got like Uche. Jacoby Thomas makes plays too. I'm going Jacoby Thomas. I like Jacoby. This team has done nothing but defense so far. Maybe I could go like interior for the Cowboys. Like some of these guys, maybe to the consensus board fell, but I don't like any of these Iowa guys, man. I don't. Especially Bo Stevens. I don't like Jeremiah Wright that much. Amon Reed Adams, I was watching him choke. Nah, I don't. These offensive linemen not it. What about tackle? Drew, Pons. Okay, Wagner. Cool. Well, you put Tyler Smith at guard then? Well, ain't Tyler Smith or Tyler Booker, one of those guys, but there's so many Tylers on Tyler Guyton. I'm confused. The Cowboys got me confused. I don't know which Tyler does what. Oh no. The offensive line on Dallas is cool enough, right? No, it is the defense that needs saving. This team got a whole new D line though, and corners. Like, dang, I didn't get a linebacker yet though, which is kind of funny, but they got people coming back healthy. Aiden Fisher, I didn't like some of his tackling angles. Torian York, he's only not drafted because of how small he is. This Cowboys team that really needs a linebacker right now could use someone as smart as him. You feel me? Especially for like depth, you know. I'll take Torian York as a dead piece. Smart linebacker. This Packers team has only taken defense so far, and I might do it again unless like there's something that the O line I like, but there isn't. I could see the Travis Burke dude being an option, but like, nah. George Gumps is almost just what it is. You need edge play. You need pressure. George Gumps, come in there, rush off the edge. Elijah Surratt, Keldrick Falk. This team has been having an awesome draft, and I like how they went wide receiver again in real life. Jacoby Lane is better than Bryce Lance, but Bryce Lance is able to get open. Bryce Lance, like Kendrick Law would be fun too. But Bryce Lance could play outside, fast, big. Bryce Lance's brother played in the NFL, and Trey Lance, North Dakota, NDSU, phenom also, but like that school sucked. Watching Bryce Lance highlights, he seemed like he fast and stuff, but like I don't know how to gauge the competition he's playing. It's bad. This team could go tight end. I like Michael Trigg, y'all. Matt Clare, dude, I didn't really watch him. I didn't watch this Max Clare, dude. Like, I didn't see him either, and I was watching games. Like, it ain't even that I ain't see him. Like, he ain't pop, bro. Michael Trigg, like, he making these catches, boy, that you can't do nothing but see. Tackle, guard. The Colts could use like, I mean, defense would be cool, Logan Fano and stuff, but I mean, look at the board also, right? Running back, dude, this is a quarterback needy team, man. Like Haynes King would be awesome. Wide receiver too, dude. There's not even this team's wide receiver room is atrocious, huh? You got Alec Pierce, who he's a mega play connects to Alec Pierce. That's it. That's it. Oh yeah, I was gonna say Alec Pierce could do a lot of everything. Yeah, like, Alex Pierce is your all around receiver, and what you have Kendrick Law be the. Now you get Kendrick Law to just. Oh yeah, Kendrick Law is like a mini Zachariah Branch. Like he can do everything Zachariah Branch do, and at pick 156, that's cool. Pick 157. We are officially 100 picks away from this ending, and yeah, gonna be a long one. Pick 157. What would I do here if I'm the Lions? I like the run. I mean, you could get another running back, right? Seth McGowan to replace what you lost in David Montgomery, but you got Isaiah Pacheco. Um, you got that a little bit. You got Bo Stevens. I don't love Bo Stevens. I don't love DJ Campbell either. But like I said, we're at the point of the draft where you're just gonna get bodies, right? Like, man. Not at right guard though. Tate is awesome, right? Um, maybe at left guard. So that'd be what? Bo Stevens, who is dog. I don't like Bo Stevens' film, y'all. I'd let Bo Stevens go undrafted almost. He wasn't good. And like he got drafted pretty high. Um, okay, okay. So I'm thinking Dalton Johnson here at safety to play and let Brian Branch do what he does. Like Dalton Johnson going back in coverage is awesome. You also got receivers, but I don't think that would help out this team as much as the Dalton Johnson. Man, bro, maybe you just take a Bo Stevens now, but like, nah, I want Bo Stevens to go around 7. Like, I don't think highly of him. Aiden Fisher is a Jack Campbell guy. I can't lie. Aiden Fisher is a Jack Campbell guy. So is this Jalen Stroman, dude. I'm gonna go Aiden Fisher. I didn't love or West Weeks too. Why would West Weeks go undrafted, y'all? Like, am I tripping? Like, was he not good? West Weeks is a Dan Campbell guy too. Nah. West Weeks a dog. Okay. Let me look at the top players on the board. Because I'm looking like West Weeks and stuff, right? I'm looking at a bunch of undrafted players for some reason. What about quarterback? Believe it or not, y'all. Haynes King, dude, Miller Moss, Joey Aguilar, Mark Gronowski, bro. There's some quarterbacks that's damn near better than Jared Goff here, bro. Like, oh man, quarterback here ain't even crazy. This Lions pick is hard. I'm leaning towards Aiden Fisher. I ain't love his tackling angles, but like you need a linebacker, you going Aiden Fisher. Right here, this team took center. This team took a left tackle in real life for some reason. This team took a center, wide receiver, and like this team took a little bit of everything. I like double dipping, especially in the draft, but I've been playing the board with this team and most teams actually, and they don't have that running back duo they had last year. Jonah Coleman, Singleton, Kalen Black, Hemby. Hemby almost looking like the better back out of everyone. Daquan Wright at tight end is moving me. I didn't have Daquan Wright on my big board, I believe, but I've been watching a little bit of Ole Miss ever since I made my big board, and like he's been still like fun. Like Daquan Wright seemed like good football player that Bryce Young would get better with. I'm looking for Sam Roush. I mean, you got this Nate Parker guy. I might just let the Nate guy fall to the Jaguars next pick, right? Show you how nasty that is. You got back-to-back picks with the Panthers here, so I think I'm gonna go Travis Burke and the other tight end and Daquan Wright. You got wide receiver play. You had a wide receiver who I forgot his name, but he was battling it out for a time this season. So he being your wide receiver 3 with KC is awesome. What's his name again? The wide receiver I'm talking about. Um, Panthers depth chart. I gotta search this up. Because this wide receiver, he's underrated. So like I got it. Jalen Coker. Yes, Jalen Coker being like a depth piece is awesome. Cause like him and Bryce seem like they got that connection. And you gotta go left tackle here because who knows how Ikem Okonkwo's health is gonna be. I'm gonna go Travis Burke. And then, like I said, I'm gonna go with the tight end and Daquan Wright. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Packers. We got less than 100 picks now, and the Packers have taken nothing but defense. I don't even see why that should change. Almost, dude. Like, I don't know what to do with this Packers team. Zane Durant wouldn't be bad. Zane Durant, Nick Barnett, Landon Robinson. I do like some of these guys. Renee Kunga. I actually, the bell is ringing on some of these guys. Some of these guys is tough. Let me go back to my defensive tackle power rankings and let's see if there's anyone I'm missing. All of my top 10 defensive tackles have been took. Most of my top 10 safeties have been took. We are 160 picks in. Like, all of my top 10 players at each position have almost been took. Landon Robinson and Nick Barnett are almost my number 11 and 12 defensive tackles. Yeah, I'm going Nick Barnett here to play next to everything that they've gotten. You got Xavier Harris, who, yeah, he's at the bottom of my top 10, and we took him 40 picks ago. On the defensive tackles list. You got just all these people that aren't in my top 10s, which makes sense. You know, we like I said, almost 200 picks in, and we only took in one bathroom break. That is an awesome accomplishment. Let's also let y'all see some of these moves. Steelers, though, as y'all can see, I've taken them O-line, D-line, quarterback, Makai Lemon. Like, Steelers have had a great draft for me so far. And right here, what should I do? Took almost everything they've needed. What else do they need? Yeah, I've taken everything they've needed, and I still like running back, but they got Rico Dowdle. They got Makai Lemon. They could maybe use depth at the tight end position. I'm just going to be really weird and make sure that the Jaguars got that tight end who they fiend out for. And I like the idea of an edge rusher here. Like Logan Fano, Aiden Hubbard, just being depth pieces. Let's also look at the big board, right? Max Clare. I mean, if Max Clare is this high on the big board, right? Gotta just take him, right? Bo Stevens is not that guy, y'all. Let me tell y'all. Bo Stevens is not that guy. I'm looking around. I don't really know what I want to do, y'all. Kalen Black is cool. Lewis Moore is cool. A lot of these players is cool and all. But, like, this team needs safety, huh? Lewis Moore. Jalen Stroman. I like Jalen Stroman. Professional safety. You got Lewis Moore, kind of same, but he's super small, you know. Damani Jackson. I'm looking at LT Overton is cool too. I'm gonna go Logan Fano. You get someone or Anthony Lucas. You get someone who you could like teach, you know. Nah. Who's the best player on the board? Who's the best player? Max Clare. LT Overton isn't bad. LT Overton is just gonna be a guy who contributes. I do think LT Overton is like a Steelers type of guy. He's just a contributor. Ravens. We took them wide receivers. We took them O-line. We got them an edge rusher. This team I just keep this is like how the Ravens draft in real life too. They always just taking the best players. I'm about to just go ahead and give them Max Clare. 162. A lot of people gonna say that's a fall. I didn't watch Max Clare too much. He has to be a blocker, dude. I watched too much Ohio State to not notice Max Clare. Like this dude is blocking somewhere, fam. Um, okay. The Vikings could use a receiver. Josh Cameron, C.J. Daniels, Baron Brown. Who's the faster? Oh man, who's it's Brown, right? Barry Brown, the fast one of these LSU receivers. I can't tell which one of them it is, the fast one. I think the Vikings are in need of a fast player, if you know what I mean. Jeff Caldwell, he's good. Josh Cameron is good. These are like legit receivers. Um, that would contribute. Serious note, these corners, I'm not liking them anymore. Damani Jackson is like the best one, and that's not a good name to like say he's the best corner, you know? Running backs, this team's running back room is better than I was just saying it was. Next pick, we going Nate for sure. Like these boys gotta go Nate next. Um, I do like the idea of wide receiver for the Vikings. Jordan Addison's hurt or whatever. Jordan Addison always got going on. You got Justin Jefferson, who, like, come on, like, you got to get him some gravity going on in that room. And Tyron Montgomery on the senior day was going crazy. Dude, you might just go with a Tyron Montgomery type of dude. But at the same time, I do think the Vikings are in need of that LSU playmaker. I got to find out which one of those LSU receivers it is that runs that crazy 40 time. It might be Xavier Thomas 40. Let me see. Oh yeah, it's Xavier Thomas. Yeah, he runs a 4-2. Um Sometimes that's just what we do, right? When you have the amount of talent you have with Justin Jefferson and stuff, I just want somebody who could get screens, pick and punt return, that type of stuff. We around five. Like, look, these team drafted a, a blocker. I hope they didn't do that shit at pick 56 and I'm about to take them at 164. And it was still a C. I took Nate at 164 and it was graded a C. So imagine doing that shit at like 56 and 100 picks later, it was still a C. They got a C and they took him 100 picks earlier. Come on, bro. Um, the Bills, dude, this team got some picks coming up, which is a good thing for them. Um, ain't the best spot, but like, I mean, this is the point where like you just take the Bo Stevens of the world and like, I mean, right? If Bo Stevens can't play on the Bills, that just means he can't play anywhere, bro. Like, no, this Bo dude, like, I do not think he's good on one on ones. Like, no matter what, one on ones, he was getting killed, bro. Like, I just think it's the pick though, which is sad. Like this dude was getting killed. Or do you just take Josh Cameron? Like the Bills always just drafting another wide receiver, bro. Like you know the Bills, another wide receiver, another wide receiver. Like this got to be the one, right? The Bills always taking a wide receiver, bro. I don't want to just take Logan Fano off of need. I don't want to just take a edge rusher off of need, bro. The talent on this board right now is that Josh Cameron, CJ Daniels, and Tyron Montgomery. That is the talent on the board. Skylar Bell kind of could just play around everywhere, right? I'm lower on Skylar Bell because of his ability of tracking the ball. But if you could play next to anyone, right? You could play next to Josh Allen. This is another Jaguars pick, right? Okay. They took the Nate dude, which was still a C at 164. I mean, you just take a tackle. I ain't gonna lie. Take a tackle. Oh, they took Monroe Freeland already. Um, took a guard already. I mean, take a right tackle, bro. No cap. Um, Safety. They did take AJ Halsey, huh? Um, Defensive tackle plays. Zane Durant isn't out of the realm for this team. Actually, Chris, dude, isn't. I'm going Zane Durant. Um, Texans. What are we doing here? Do you just take this orange guy? I ain't gonna lie, like O line depth right here, like isn't even terrible, bro. I know you got a lot, but like if not O line, the defensive tackle, this is a team that just needs it all at defensive tackle and at offensive tackle. They got linebackers now. I got two of them. I mean, dude, I don't want that. Drew Shelton or Richie. I'm pretty sure Rucci was the right and Shelton was the left. I could be wrong. Don't quote me. Pons though would be a left tackle. Wagner, I couldn't tell you. Wagner is a. Oh man, I think. Oh, I can't tell you which side. Billy's on the left guard. Wagner, me. I think Wagner's a right guard. I want a right tackle. I want to say out loud. No, these guys on Notre Dame and Penn State, I know which once I know which side they're on, I know which one it is. It just they confuse me which side it is. Wagner, yeah, like I said, right, because him and Billy were on the opposite side, and Drew Shelton. I mean, let's see what side of the line Drew Shelton play on, because that means a Mill plays on the other, or I mean Nolan. So Drew is a left tackle, so that means yeah, Rucci is the right, and Diego Pons is the left. I like trying to keep these tackles at their position, but I also understand that it's not needed. It's really not. But in this world, you got Craver, bro. You already got swing tackles. This team got swing tackles on swing tackles, bro. Like, I think you just go with a swing in Landon Robinson or Renee Conga. Yep, that's what it is. Which one is it? I'm gonna go Landon. I like both. This team could be the one that goes ahead and takes Renee now. Linebacker, edge, yeah, those are needs, but I think Renee is best player kind of on the board right now. Chiefs, Chiefs, they need nothing really, but well, what could they use? Another wide receiver. Like I'm scared of this team's wide receiver room a little bit. Jeff Caldwell right here would be cool. His size, his mobility, all that. Kobe Young too. Aaron Anderson. Omega Blake is someone who I mentioned earlier, and I'm gonna take now. Omega Blake was producing with Taylor Green. That's how you know Omega Blake good. Taylor Green like cannot throw. Um, okay, so wide receiver depth is maybe what you could do here. No cap, because what if one of the receivers get hurt that they got right? Sam Roush, but you got Eli Riordan. Um, tackle play, guard play, running back play is always needed for this team for sure too. Running back could wait though. Dalton, Dalton Johnson is great in coverage, and I just think that the Broncos could use more people outside of PS2 in coverage. Um, the Patriots got a linebacker, I believe. Yeah, Jay Goldie. They got corner, they got edge, and two receivers. What else would the Patriots need? Offensive tackle. I mean, a little bit. You could get Emil Wagner to play the right side. I'll do that. Um, Now the Saints. What you could use online, I guess, bro. I guess you could use online, but like is it needed? Not really, but everyone could always use online. Um, Saints. Saints don't need no running backs, man. They don't need none of that. This Chris guy for the Saints on the D line ain't bad. Josh Cameron ain't bad either. Like another wide receiver. Um, Jeff Caldwell would be cool. Um, Dalen Bentley would be cool actually, but they got all that. This team like need edge rushers and like um Logan Fano, Anthony Lucas on the Saints actually cool. The Ravens like real life always every pick the Ravens do a A plus even in real life, bro, and just like somehow somebody's gonna fumble. I don't know who it's gonna be, but someone's not gonna be as good as they supposed to. Drew Shelton as a swing tackle, because that boy could miss a game whenever, would be awesome. And Ronnie Stanley, Nolan Rochi is awesome. Diego Pounds is actually the way I'm leaning towards. Ole Miss quarterback was looking great with him. Um, old Ravens got back to back picks. Maybe you could go an edge rusher here in like a Logan Fano, just Aiden Hubbard. Like what? You need depth at this point. Is there any players that like I'm way higher on than the board? I gotta see. Um, so far it's not looking like it, but like there always be times because yesterday my number 4 overall pick in the 2027 way too soon mock draft is ranked 400 on the website. Um, if you are listening to me and you heard Marcel Reed is ranked 400th on the website somewhere out there, that's crazy, right? But beginning of the season, so some of these people ain't on notice yet. Jalen Stroman, he's looking like the pick for the Ravens. Jalen Stroman, safety, just played next to Kyle Hamilton. Ain't that hard of a job. Um, Wide receiver, he kind of just use another one and Josh Cameron. Like I'm telling you, this Raiders team should have just did nothing but offensive line and wide receiver. Who cares about corner? Ain't no corner saving this team, bro. No. Um, I'll go with Chris here. I ain't like Dominique Orange. I went back and watched him. I ain't see what he do. I ain't like him. Jeff Caldwell. I guess I'll go Jeff Caldwell. The Chiefs getting a couple of like big body receivers is huge for them. I mean, no. At some point, the Cowboys could use a wide receiver too, right? I know that I've taken a lot of defensive players, but like I like Roman Hemby actually. His ability to pass catch everything. Roman Hemby's awesome. Eli Stowers. Next to Fajon, having Saquon Barkley there next to him would be cool. Um, you got edge rushers. You just gotta go with this Max guy, right? Out of Iowa. No, Logan Fano. No. Or any of those guys good. Logan Fano was actually somebody who could become something. Linebacker. Devon Marshall. Damani Jackson. Andre Fuller. I'm thinking like you just go Andre Fuller here. Like there ain't too much talent I'm loving. Um, you know what? You just go Logan Jones here. You go Logan Jones here, bro. I keep letting him. No, wait, no. Logan Jones is the center. Do you just go both of the Iowa guys at this point if you're like the Jets and like our offense? We didn't get the weapons that the Jets got, but maybe you can get the offensive line structure with losing Elijah Vera Tucker and stuff. But I don't think you get that out of Bo Stevens. That means you just, you know what? You throw Drew Shelton and throw him into a guard. Yeah, no, you're better off developing one of these guys into a guard. Like Falililo, this guy, he actually was good on Wake Forest. I think he's just better off throwing him at guard than Bo Stevens. I don't like the Bo Stevens tape, y'all. I really don't. Yeah, throw this guy in at guard instead of Bo Stevens. I don't like the Bo Stevens tape. Um, the Cowboys on the clock just took Roman Hemby, their first offensive player. And I think I've had enough of offense. You got corner, linebacker, the D line. Just I'm taking Albert. Albert is on the best defensive tackle room in the country. He had to be something a part of it, right? And I'm gonna take Benny just because of the Michigan connection for the Detroit Lions. I am getting to the point where some of these players I'm not knowing as much, but y'all hear how much I know who I'm selecting. 182 Renee and just Dominique Orange. I think that the Bills are in need of fat boys. If y'all know what I mean, like the Bills don't have no good fat people. You need these fat people to play up in the middle, man. Ooh, R. Bernard. No cap. I'm the Bills. Dude, this guy, R. Bernard, man. His everything. If I'm the Titans, I'm not letting Robert Saleh not develop that guy. You know what? 184. Titans gonna trade up to 182. I haven't done a lot of this. I don't want to, but like 182 and what? That let's see. Go ahead, get UR Bernard on this team. And what? Yeah, nah, I'd rather have UR Bernard than Dominic Orange. Just his ability and his dude, just his traits, all of that, dude. Traits do matter. I just don't like taking traits in round one. Right there though, when you have Robert Saleh or Bernard, you got to do it. Cardinals. I mean, this is a team that like, well, you just take the best wide receiver available as depth. What, Josh Cameron or CJ Daniels? I'm gonna go CJ Daniels, more of a vertical threat, and yeah, he'd be able to just be a vertical threat for the Cardinals. Wide receiver, Bills would love to get another wide receiver, huh? Or is it just me? Well, I would love to take them another one. Maybe you just for the Bills here, you start developing offensive alignment for the future. This Bo Stevens guy, right? Is that what you just do with him? Take him to the Bills, bro. Who do the Bills got playing on the left guard? I couldn't name you. It's Osiris Torrance, right? Alec Anderson at left guard. What, we just let him fight with Bo Stevens, weak ass? Or do we throw someone like Drew Shelton at left tackle? I think throwing Drew Shelton at left tackle is better. Or left guard, whatever one. Swing tackle. I think swing tackles are more important than Bo Stevens. Bo Stevens suck. Yeah, like Austin Barber playing left guard instead of Bo Stevens. Even though Austin Barber's a left tackle, Bo Stevens just, dude, you watch the one-on-one tape, he kept losing, bro. I understand he played on Iowa, but that whole offensive line unit is awesome. This team in Las Vegas, I've just been taking them wide receivers, and I think they should just, at this point, this team should have just took wide receivers and O-line on the Las Vegas Raiders. You need wide receivers and you need O-line to complement what Bowers and Genty are here for in the quarterback youth. Look, them boys, I'm going ahead and taking another wide receiver. I know I'm taking a lot, right? You don't need another wide receiver, but all you need is one of these wide receivers in this draft to work out. And in the next one, you're going to get another wide receiver. Promise you. You get two wide receivers. Yeah, it took 2 years, but you already had Genty and Bowers. Start getting offensive line. These guys' contracts are about to start expiring. Let's get this going. What are we doing? I took Trayden Stukes in the first round. I'm that high on him. Trayden Stukes is a dog. The Raiders don't need that, bro. Get Emmanuel Prognon. You feel me? Like, Just stupid. Right here for my team, we got the New York Football Giants. I got two tackles that are going to play guard, and they're going to turn to tackles one day, maybe. I got a wide receiver. I got a linebacker. I ain't drafting no corners, which the Giants did in real life. I mean, Damani Jackson, is he worth drafting? Who's the best players available? Dominic Orange. I've been talking about getting fat boys, but the Giants seem like they've been doing it in free agency. Um, it would be nice to just get another one though, right? Um, Peter Woods was getting triple teamed, so no way were they worried about this guy, right? Cincinnati, I didn't really see this guy popping. I don't want to draft someone who I don't really know at all, but this Dominic Orange guy suck, right? Um, Linebacker corner. Damani Jackson, that's just the pick. He wasn't great, but we're in round 6. Um, right here, what this team went linebacker, edge is where I would want to go, and I'm looking at like a Marvin Jones. Marvin Jones would be a bigger edge rusher, could come in on first downs. Um, he doesn't get all that much production, but he gets in the backfield, and like I said, he's a bigger player, so he can play the 3 tech on like first downs and stuff for the Commanders because they got like Adafe Owe and who was and Kellavon Chase on to beat that pieces, which is good depth. But like I like Marvin Jones as like a 3 tech with those guys outside of him. Last pick for the Seahawks. This has been an amazing draft. They got Keontae Scott, Jadarian Price, Jacoby Lane, and this Toronto Pride guy sucks, y'all. I just wanted to say that. Devon Marshall. I'm gonna go Devon Marshall. When I was watching him play, he wasn't bad at all. The Bengals fans watching this, bro, y'all probably had a better draft in real life. I mean, I love Caleb Proctor. Caden Curry's good. I mean, this is a good draft still, Bengals fans. It's just that like y'all hit it out the park. What would you do here? What would you do here? Are you the Bo Stevens team? Like, nah, bro. Eric Gentry was good. Wade Woodaz was good. West Weeks. I'm going West Weeks. I don't know how he went undrafted. That's crazy. Saints. This is their last pick. What I got like 50 picks left, y'all. Then we're done with this. Saints pick. What should the Saints do? Got defensive tackle play that this orange guy like I said, at some point you're fat enough to like be on the field, right? Orange dude is big. But like, bro, I'm taking this Corlin guy just off of like the fact that I watched Orange. I know other people are better than him because like Orange wasn't good, bro. This guy just wasn't good, man. Watching him play, I see what he was doing. I'm gonna go to Claiborne, dude. Or hold on, I didn't even really watch him though. Like I don't like doing that. Nolan Rucci is not bad. Nolan Rucci. This team has invested into the O line though, but dude, getting another O lineman behind that run game that they're building out, and I haven't taken an O lineman for them yet. I gotta take one with the last pick, right? What would be the best place to get an O lineman for the Saints? Yeah, no way did they add Travis Etienne. Alvin Kamara is in the backfield still. And you gotta at least leave with one offensive lineman. So who is it gonna be? DJ Campbell isn't bad. Like, I don't think that Cesar Ruiz is the type of guy who we need to keep a job in the NFL. Nolan Rucci, the right tackle, I'm gonna get him to play right guard. And Yeah. No, 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 no. That's what the NFL is, bro. You get the best offensive lineman. If you got to plug him in at guard, you got to. But if you could get him at guard next to Fuaga, that's a great duo. And if Fuaga's ever hurt, you could go ahead and play Rucci. Um, we are at the end of the draft. So where are we? We are with the Patriots pick. We got Chris Bell. They hate going wide receiver, so we made sure to get Dion Borks also who could complement him. Keon Crawford, Jake Gaudet. This has been a decent draft for the Patriots so far. What else would I do? I mean, I'm looking at defensive tackle. Tim Keenan is a cool character guy. But look at what I'm bringing up first. Character. Come on. Safety. Lewis Moore. Lewis Moore is just a good player. Cole Winisky, I like too. I like Cole Winisky. We're going Cole Winisky. Giants got back-to-back picks. That's what I like to hear. What is there a center we could take? You know what, bro? I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna go Logan Jones. John Michael Schmitz has been that bad that like if you just round 6 Logan Jones on the board, guy who I'm lower on, you could go snag him. Dominique Orange, another guy I'm lower on, but round 6, you just drafting depth at this point. You got a lot of things you could do with the Titans. A quarterback would be cool, but they got Cam Ward. Running back would be cool, but they got Katron Allen. Wide receiver, especially leaving with Jordan Tyson in this draft, I think leaving with one more wide receiver is the play. Like, yeah, you got wide receivers, but let's maybe never need to draft a wide receiver for Cam Ward again. Like, imagine that. Never needing to draft him another one. Bo Stevens at left guard is not better than Pierre. You got Jeremiah Wright, who could play right guard. Maybe you could just plug in DJ Campbell at right guard. But you could do the same with JC Davis. You could just play JC Davis next to JC Latham, and you have JC. You feel me? A JC Penny. Anybody who try to get to my quarterback, you're gonna learn some sense. You feel me? Get some sense. I think that would be an awesome duo. But what would the Vikings do with their last pick? I'm dead ass. I would just take wide receiver with the last pick. Chase Roberts is a wide receiver who I think is very good at technically getting off the release, and he's not the craziest athlete, but he's a football player, kind of like what they did with Carnell Tate. I think that could be not as good, but that could be the role that Chase Roberts plays. Just a football player who's going to get the ball. But I think I like Tyron Montgomery more. He was going crazy in the senior day workouts. He wasn't playing fair with people. Well, how many picks do we have left? We have about 60 more picks left. Oh man, time to speed run this. Let everybody see the beginning of this. The beginning was awesome. Been going on for 4 hours now. Let's kind of speed run this. Sam Roush isn't bad, but we just got Michael Trigg. Bo Stevens isn't bad, but like I said, seventh round talent. What could we do with this team? Marlon Clean, Adam Randall. I do like the idea of running back for this team. I like the idea for receiver, but we got Chris Brazzell. But Chris Brazzell actually is good, but having 4 or 5 receivers is a real thing in the NFL. So is it with O-line though, right? You need extra O-linemen. You do need extra bodies on the O-line, bro. And I haven't took the Buccaneers one yet. And like I said, taking O-line is something I like doing for every team, bro. I don't know how teams like the Raiders especially could leave the draft and not take one offensive lineman, bro. Or like they took Trey Zoom. I can't say one, but like, how could you leave the draft without like planning to upgrade that offensive line? I'll go DJ Campbell with the last Buccaneers pick. The Vikings, you got some wide receivers, or you got the quick wide receiver, trench play. You got trench play and Dylan Thieneman. Dylan Thieneman is a dog on the Vikings. I can't believe they went Caleb Banks in real life, and I just took him at 100 overall in here and got a C for it. And the Vikings took him in the first. Crazy. This team don't need no O-line. I mean, this was the team that, honestly, I would close my eyes and take a corner. I know that sounds crazy. I mean, what? Okay. Linebacker, Wade Wood as cool, actually. Wade Wood as cool. Corner, running back, Kalen Black, like those running backs they got are cool. I like Faison. I really do. But I mean, what can help this team more than a corner? Ain't no corners here though. I ain't gonna lie. This is a team that they just need to go get a corner in free agency. What's the best player on the board? Drew Aller. I haven't drafted this team a quarterback, huh? This team need a backup quarterback. I'm not gonna lie. JJ McCarthy, not it. Like, not even the backup. I'm making Haynes King the backup. Like, JJ McCarthy, not it at all, bro. Like, JJ McCarthy is a bad person to be on the football field. Wide receiver, maybe another one for this team. You already took you already got Marquise Brown, all that. You got that. The Eagles just a team that they can't leave no draft without an offensive tackle for no reason, right? Jude guy was good. You just got to go with the best offensive tackle if you the Eagles. The Eagles always do it. Edge play for the Patriots. I might just take this Max guy. Yeah, edge play. I might just want to leave the draft for the Patriots with as many edge rushers and wide receivers as possible. Different flavors matter. I like Aiden Hubbard. Having different flavors matters. That's why I like that the Bengals went ahead and got a Cassius Howell, even though his arms are tiny. Just different flavors as a team getting to the quarterback matters. I'm gonna go Max here. Max for the Bengals. Edge. What could be the last thing for the Panthers? So one more receiver for the Panthers. They're in the same world as the Titans almost. I'm gonna go Chase Roberts. I do, like I said, think Chase Roberts is cool. Packers, dude, are they just gonna leave this with nothing but defense? Dylan Bell is cool. Packers might leave with nothing but defense. Sam Roush, no. VC Payne, no. Bo Stevens. I mean, if this team needs it that bad, bro, if anyone could make Bo Stevens work, right? Maybe I should have waited till the 7th round for Bo, but nah, let's go. This Patriots team, is there a wide receiver I like now? Kobe Young. Let's go Kobe Young. Jaguars. Jaguars got a lot of ways they could go. Dylan Bell. Maybe should have went Dylan Bell instead, right? I'm going to go Dylan Bell here. Both Georgia wide receivers. Let's get them out of here. Both Georgia wide receivers were having good seasons last year. Chargers, this is a team that I would never go a draft without getting defensive tackle. Chargers have not been able to stop the run for like a decade. The Lions, I mean, what do you do here with the Lions? Take defensive tackle, already did that. Who's the best player? I mean, you got this corner available, but I'm at the point where I'm getting to some players that I'm not even too fond of. I'm not too hip on Drew Aller, Cade Klubnik. Miller Moss was cool, but I'm gonna go Joey Aguilar to play backup quarterback for this team. I don't think Jared Goff that guy, but like a 6th-round quarterback, not bad. Um, Browns, you already took a quarterback. Sam Roush as a debt piece is awesome. Like Sam Roush shouldn't be on your team, and you could run the same 2 tight end sets you had last year. Jonah Coleman on this team is awesome. Oh wow, this team got a lot of 7th-round picks, so I could leave with one of these running backs. With the Rams is awesome. I got to start taking these running backs. Rasul, Fajon. I am one of those guys that like you could always come back and take running back. Like the Raiders want a debt piece at running back. I kind of understand that. I can do it here. Alex Harkey. Did he just? I ain't gonna lie, bro. You do just take a lineman if you Rams, and then this team. Who's the best player available? Lewis Moore. Is that what you do? Like, if I understand that some guys were better than Lewis Moore, but just wait until like Lewis Moore is like the best safety, and then you could start going after safeties, bro. Come on. The Commanders. VJ Payne is probably someone who they want me to take, but I'd be lying to y'all if I said I watched VJ Payne. I don't know who that is. Like, we are to the point where we are in round 7, and I'm trying to look for players that I've watched, but I think I should kind of start speeding up the process. That safety is not someone I'm hip on. Jack, Reggie, these are names that I'm knowing, but like, you feel me? It ain't like round 1, 2, 3. These are a lot of running backs. Okay, I'm running back locked. Let's see. So what would I be able to do for the Commanders right here? Andre Fuller is cool. Riley, I like the Riley kid, the tight end Riley. He got hands, man. Is that what you do here? It looked like you go tight end. I do like Riley. Riley got hands. Riley hands were not failing me. Go Riley right here. Tight end for the Chiefs too, honestly. Right. Dalen Bentley on Utah. He was a good tight end. Offensive tackle, offensive line. I mean, you kind of could go right guard and Jeremiah Wright for this team. You could go guard for the Ravens, especially this late in the draft. Is there another edge rusher like a Patrick Payton? But no, this team already got depth in like Mike Green and things like that. So I'm leaning towards who was it? Jeremiah Wright. Just get you another offensive guard, Maybe Armaj Reader Adams would have been cool too. Nah, not for this Patriots team though. Patriots team, boy, I got Kobe Young, edge. I'm gonna just go Patrick Payton. This team needs depth. Colts got a lot of late round picks, huh? Yeah, like Jonah Coleman. Quarterback for this team is like legit, bro. This Cole Payton guy, Miller Moss. I wonder how some of these guys play, bro. But like, you got Anthony Richardson, right? You got Anthony Richardson. How could we make Anthony Richardson's job easier? Let's do that instead. You got Kendrick Law, who could go on bubbles. You got Alec Pierce, who's getting a bag. And because of how much money Alec Pierce is getting, maybe you do draft like 1 or 2 more wide receivers, like late round picks, just that at least fit next to him because he's going to be there for a while. Wow, we're actually getting to the point where even like in a deep wide receiver class, it looks like I took all the wide receivers. Like even in the deep class, yeah, at some point, everyone's gone. Holy, it is really just these LSU wide receivers. What about tight end? You got Warren. O-line suck on this team. I ain't gonna lie. The O-line has turned into an abysmal unit. I don't know who is playing right tackle on the Colts nowadays. Um, I'm gonna see at who's at their guard positions. Of course, Quentin Nelson's always gonna be a guard, but like this Matt guy could go. They even drafted Jalen Farmer. Like this Matt guy could go. Um, I don't see no reason Armaj couldn't, you know, be there. Um, Colts got back to back picks. Okay. Um, they took Armaj. They got a whole new right side of the line, which yes, that was needed. Dude, that right tackle was crazy. Jalen Travis. Maybe you just go Demonte Carp. Clemson D line though was a very disappointing unit. You know, um, with how much I was thinking about wide receiver a pick ago, I'm gonna go Reggie Virgil. A lot of people were surprised that Caleb Douglas was the first one taken, but looking back at it, Caleb Douglas, like in his highlights and stuff, and like his athleticism, he looked like a problem. Ty Simpson to the Falcons is something I'm happy I did. I ain't gonna lie. Like this is my first time ever doing that, and like looking at their quarterback room, bro. This the only way they can win the division. Literally. Like, I don't know what they doing. Um, I don't like any of the tackles left anymore. Dude, 7 rounds? Dude, you would sit here and not have a tackle you like anymore. I took in like 30 tackles. No cap, I have. That makes sense though. Is there a left guard? Holy, we are at the end of the draft, y'all. I gotta speed this up. Um, who's the best player available? Yeah. We took a Ty Simpson because, dude, this Falcons team needed bad. We still took Antonio Williams. We still got a corner. We just didn't use nepotism. We used real, like, the Falcons love zone. Chandler Rivers would be awesome in a zone cover scheme. But Avion Terrell, I'm pretty sure he'll find his way to be productive on this team too. Kyle Pitts, like, do I want to get him a replacement? Like, would I even consider it a replacement or like just a partner at this point in draft who? Yeah, no, this is the point where you just take Marlon, and I gotta start taking less than 10 seconds on each one of these picks. Um, yeah, so I gotta start taking less than 10 seconds. Gotta get this episode over with. And y'all, what do you think if you watched me do this? Did I draft better than your team did in real life? Because, yo, some of our teams, like my New York football Giants, I can't hate taking Arvell Reese, but was that what we needed, bro? Really? Is that really what we needed, bro? Um, I'm gonna go Fajon right here out of South Carolina. I love him. Um, right here, the Cardinals, if they really wanted a running back, you could have just took one in the seventh. You feel me? I know it's crazy, but like Jonah Coleman. Now Jonah Coleman still is not going to be good as Jeremiah Love, but whoever you draft next year at running back is going to have an awesome O line. Jonah Coleman or Kalon Black. Jamari Taylor isn't bad either. I'm gonna go Jonah Coleman though. He isn't bad. He's like an all around back kind of. He just seemed like an average role player though with Jonah Coleman. Um, On the clock, we got the Cowboys. I mean, did they take a receiver? No. I mean, you could just go Baron Brown. You need a cheap receiver next to that duo that they got. And this team and the Raiders. Well, what would we do with the Raiders? Got some quarterbacks available. You got some corners available. This team want corners so bad that I'll take this Washington kid unless there's a corner that I see I like more. I like Jalen Husky. I always like Maryland defensive backs. I think Maryland has a great room for the defensive backs. I'm gonna go with that. Um, I mean, I'm gonna just go corner here. The Bills don't like their corners. I'm gonna go corner. The same thing with the Bengals. I'm gonna go corner. Like they need corner. I've let some guys fall, and me, if I was an NFL GM in the seventh round, that is like where I'm just taking flyers on corners. Corners are like a weird position. It's hard to watch corners and like gauge them, but with like players in the front seven, you could tell who in the front seven is making the corner's job easier. The Lions right here. I mean, do I just do the same thing? These corners that I keep not drafting, do I just take them? I don't like Torrenio Pride though. Andre Fuller is somebody who I've watched a little bit and like I could get down with drafting him. Um, the Commanders once again just here looking for anything. Tim Keenan had like the shortest arms I ever seen at his position. Um, David Blay. I think this is a team that should just go O line. Yeah, you got Jeremiah Love. I should have probably took an O line more than I have for this team. So I'm gonna at least end it with maybe James. He'd be able to play left guard for this team. James is a left guard or a center. Um, Dylan Wade, Davian Carter. I actually like Davian Carter. He's a sleeper. Found me a sleeper. Davian Carter is a good football player, and he's right here. Pick 492 ranked 223. We are 30 picks away from me finally being done with my official mock draft. Pick 224 for the Steelers, man. Yeah, great class that I drafted in a quarterback with Garrett Nuss. I'd go Lorenzo Styles just off of his traits almost right here. I wouldn't let Lorenzo Styles pass 228 because in this world, I let Sonny Styles fall to the Jets at their second first round pick. So like him and his brother alongside each other would be cool. But I think the Steelers just need athletes. I'm gonna go Lorenzo Styles. Great 40 time. Nothing, no other reason. Real talk. Bills. I mean, it is right here where you believe it or not, just go a backup quarterback. Mark Gronowski. I think he'd be able to do not what Josh Allen does, but he'd be able to like hold the fort for a couple games. You know what I mean? Like, you know how Tyler Huntley and Lamar Jackson kind of have the same play style? I think Mark Gronowski is very much a runner of the football, and then he like do what he got to do. And if Josh Allen was ever hurt, they could implement him into the offense pretty quick, in my opinion. Carson Beck going in round 3 and like almost being undrafted for me is hilarious. Yeah, the Cardinals could have just took an offensive lineman, bro. Right here for the Bengals, right? Well, no way do I just go a whole defensive draft, right? But there's no good offensive lineman at this point. That's why you got to go to the offensive lineman early. Like right here, these teams that would just love to like end off the draft with the offensive lineman. Look who I'm leaving you. Like, maybe there's a sleeper somewhere. Maybe there's a sleeper, but like, if he is here, I'm sleep. You know, it's 4 a.m. right now, and I'm wide awake. Um, nah, I don't see who's gonna be the guy that does something to make this room better. Maybe James, but like, nah. Um, there's for sure a guy who I'm not hip on yet that'll do it, but I'm not hip on him. Charles Demings, T.J. Hall. Well, let's just go T.J. Hall for the um the Dolphins, dude. This just look at this draft class I'm having for them and what they did in real life. Like, dude, you just go ahead, get that offensive line retooled. Come on, what are we doing? What are we doing? Dolphins though. There's no reason you shouldn't invite QB competition. I don't see no reason. Cole Payton, if Cole Payton could prove himself in the big leagues, I'd let him have the chance in the 7th round. The Jets, they took Cade Klubnik. You could have waited and got him in the 7th. No cap. But what else? We got Tampa Bay. What would they do? Just best player available. Who is the best player available? They say Charles Demings. This team needs a corner. So do they need a safety? I'm gonna go to BJ Payne, dude. Don't know what he brings to the table, but Antoine Winfield could do it all. This guy, I mean, I've already took corners for his team. I like Tim Keenan, and just him as a guy in the locker room would be good, right? Right here for Falcons, I'm gonna go to Clemson defensive tackle. For the Rams, and then off the draft, we are 20 picks away from being able to recap this. I gotta speed this up. Seth McGowan running in between tackles would be tough, right? Charles Demings, though, I feel like the body at corner for this team is more valuable, believe it or not. Dude, their cornerback play just was dogged to me last year. And then you have like a running back like Kalen Black or McGowan. Yeah, I'm gonna just take a couple shots at corner for the Rams. And then my favorite running back. I'm gonna do the same for the Jaguars. Just a couple shots at corner. And then for this team, they hated that quarterback pick, but this is another team that just need corner. Like, Devonta Smith is a name I realize, believe it or not. So I'm gonna go Devonta Smith. And what, you can still use another corner. Like, at this point, just let the corners fly off the board. No cap. Wade Woodaz would be good, huh? Wade Woodaz. I'm gonna go Wade Woodaz. They let them go of Jonathan Grenard too. Green Bay, we 20 picks away from being able to entirely go back and look at what I've done. Let me speed run this even faster. Nick Singleton on the Packers would be cool, but Jamari Taylor, I think that would be a crazy 7th-round value, y'all. Steelers, I believe they got Rico Dowdle, so I don't really want to emphasize that position too much. Did I get a tight end here? I didn't draft these boys a tight end, and Jack is still on the board, so we'll go ahead and just snoog Jack up out of here. Tanner, Josh Cuevas was cool, like as a mover. Looking at edge, I don't see TJ Guy. I mean, that could be a guy. Linebacker. This Dolphins team went crazy with linebacker in real life. Um, I do love the value that they were getting, but at the same time, like Emmanuel Prognon was on the board when they were getting all that value at linebacker. Like they could have got linebacker value, but they also could have got O line value on a team that's really just restarting, which I think is the most important thing for restarting teams is getting the O line situation just figured out. Bishop Fitzgerald. Right here, I'm just starting to go with what the teams want and need, kind of. Emmett Johnson is cool as hell on this team. Um, I would like more linebacker play. I know they got Kyle Lewis, but Devin Lloyd is a huge loss. Eric Gentry would be someone that could help that. Um, the Bears, did I give them a running back? Yeah, they got Mike Washington, but guess what? I still don't like whoever they got at running back and DeAndre Swift. I don't love his game, so I'll take Nick Singleton too. Um, the Jets. I wanted to do something with this Jets pick. What did I want to do with this Jets pick? It's like they did something in real life, and I wanted to do it. Oh no, did I just want to close my eyes and take a corner here? Um, I'm pretty sure there was something I wanted to do with this Jets pick that I said out loud. I ain't get them a tight end. Kenyon Sadiq to no tight end at all is tough. But like this Jets defense is better because of the Kenyon Sadiq for Sonny Styles trade. But like as a Jets fan, I can hear you out thinking the real life class is better. Right here though, I'm gonna go QB. You got Cade, maybe running back. Wide receiver. You know what? I'm going one more wide receiver. You got Jeremy Bernard. Let's get Aaron Anderson in the room too. Um, right here, I know I took a couple defensive tackles, linebackers. I took a couple defensive tackles and linebackers. So what? Should I just leave with a wide receiver for this team? Is there any wide receiver I think is worth drafting though? I don't. Is there any defensive tackle I think is worth drafting? Is there any player I think is worth drafting? Holy. Um, we are at the end of the draft. We going Cincinnati tight end. Yeah, could maybe replace Schultz. That'd be cool. Um, Vikings. Kalen Black. Did I take a running back already for this team though? I didn't take a running back. Okay, Le'Veon Musk, Seth McGowan, or Kalen Black. Kalen Black. He kept not getting 1 yard. I'm sorry, bro. Like that John was pissing me off. Jamal Haynes is cool too. Um, I'm gonna go Seth McGowan. He runs tough. Um, Emmett Johnson got drafted here. You got that tight end that y'all wanted. I might go ahead and get a better tight end than Josh Cuevas too, bro. Like y'all got the tight end y'all wanted, but like it was still a C plus at 164. Isn't that crazy? At 164, the tight end that they took at 56 was a C grade. Um, Insane. Um, Jaguars. What could they do at like the end of the draft, right? Draft a punter, draft a kicker. I mean, we are at the end of the draft. Let me just take this Wisconsin pass rusher. I'll be honest, not hip on the end of the draft class. I'm at the point where I'm letting the GM do what he do. Bo Nix got hurt. They said that they want to go Miller Moss. Um, my boy, what do Drake May need a backup? Um, Offensive tackle. Is there offensive? Nah. Uh, I mean, this is just where we at right now. We in round 7. We got 10 more picks here. Let me get up out of here. Let's get Drake May a backup. Let's get Okay. We got Drake May a backup. Hold on. I'm not just lighting picks on fire, but I'm doing what the Rams do with their draft picks. Um, okay. What you get Sawyer Robertson and competition with freaking Taylor Green, Shadur Sanders, and all those young cats, or you just close your eyes and take this team one more wide receiver. Why not? They need it bad. Like, just close your eyes. Is there any names that I recognize? Antonio Gates Jr. Like, dude, does he get it off the name? No way we doing that. No, we get in Josh Cuevas and Harold Fannin as a duo. Um, dude, we got multiple picks for the Colts. It's nasty. They need defense. They do need defense. I ain't gonna lie. We're gonna go with this edge rusher and Tucker. And what else? We're gonna go the best all lineman interior for the Ravens. Just off of the game. This Rams team needs anything in the secondary. Shit, they need anything in the secondary again. Let's go with Marcus Allen. I actually recognize him. Um, shit, the same thing with the Ravens. The Ravens need anything in that secondary. Um, so do they need it in the interior, but I'm looking towards the secondary. Nah, fuck that. The Ravens secondary suck. Um, Colts could use. Well, what could the Colts use? Colts could use a quarterback. Did I take them a quarterback? No, they got like a lot going on at quarterback, especially if Anthony Richardson was to get hurt and like Daniel Jones is the way he is already. I'd go Baron Morton. Yeah, no, these guys, nah. Sawyer Robertson was disappointing me in the last game I watched. I'll go Sawyer, but he was disappointing me. Um, Baron, Luke, what else could this team go with? Um, Interior O line. You know you begging for it. Let's just get them an interior offensive lineman. And Broncos got back to back picks to end off the draft. They hate the quarterback ways. They kind of like what they did in the other rounds though. Decario Davis at 62 was an awesome pick. I don't know what they were talking about. D plus. Imagine Tacario Davis next to Patrick Surtain. Um, I'm thinking just getting Patrick Surtain, anyone to play next to him, right? Adam Randall. I mean, this team could use running back. They did it in real life, right? Jamal Haynes is good, right? Noah Whittington. I'm gonna go Whittington. I didn't really like Black just wasn't finishing plays, bro. They kept asking him to get a yard on like 4th and 1, and he was not getting that shit, boy. He was not getting that shit. I'll go one more corner for them just because like of the team. But y'all, we gonna go ahead recap the picks for what every team. Hold on, draft recap. Pick one, Mendoza. Then I went Bailey, Mendoza. Is there a way I could save this easier? Oh no. Whoa, oh no. Oh no. I ain't upgrading. Tripping. Trying to take my money. And then now they telling me to start a new draft. Tripping. My picks though. I wish I could get this out the way. I always find a way to ruin stuff, man. I just sat here drafting for 5 hours. No way did I get this daily mock reach. Whatever, man. Let's go over my picks though. Caleb Downs 5, Gennings Dunker, somebody who I'm way higher on than consensus. Y'all watch out for Gennings Dunker on the Steelers. I think he was a top 10 player at this draft. Went in the hundreds. Caleb Lamu, I'm super high on him. Ruben Bain at 12 is crazy. I should have not let that happen. That's too low. Sonny Styles is too low. Peter Woods at 20. I think Peter Woods is going to have an amazing career on the Chiefs. He needs to be next to a nose tackle, and we got that figured out on the Chiefs, which is crazy. Markel Bell, somebody who a lot of people, I think the senior day, him being on his butt a lot, turned people off, reasonably so, but I think this guy's awesome, man. Going back at my first round talents, I think Spencer Fano at 30 makes sense. His arm length is a real concern for me. His ability to play guard and center is going to be awesome, but I question his ability to play tackle. I think that's why the Browns even got Austin Barber. Even the Browns are questioning it. Chris Bell to the Patriots, like, can somebody explain to me why the Patriots don't draft wide receiver? We keep crying about them. It make no sense. It make no sense. Trading Stoops, 29. I think he has a chance to be CB1. This dude is awesome. Emmanuel Pregnon round 3 was crazy. Cardinals in this world, they got O-line in all the first 3 rounds. And like that is going to change entirely how that team is ran. They're going to have time. Dude, a lot of these teams ain't the same. Austin Barber, pick 36. Keegan Truss, pick 37. Brandon Thompson, pick 39. Fantasy leagues, what team is Brandon Thompson on? I think Brandon Thompson, his ability to separate is what's going to get him the ball. He is, what team is he on? Is he on the Chargers? I believe he's on the Chargers. Yes, he's on the Chargers, and he went in the 4th round. Brandon Thompson is going to separate. He's going to get the ball. He is the fastest player probably in the NFL. And Caleb Proctor, dude, watch this team, Southeastern Louisiana versus LSU. If you see somebody being an absolute fucking menace, it's Caleb Proctor spinning. He's spinning at defensive tackle. He's using chop moves. He's bending. Like, he's doing everything at defensive tackle. I think Caleb Proctor is an absolute problem. Michael Morris hasn't allowed a sack in his career. Like, that's all I got to say. Same with Sam Hecht. Blake Miller, I took him at 47. I am lower on Blake Miller, but like he's still around 2-3 grade for me. Like, whatever, bro. I'm not that high on Blake Miller though. Like, I can see Blake Miller not panning out in the NFL. He has little to no awareness. Monroe Freeling, not someone I'm super high on. He's a top pick, but we'll see how that goes. Takario Davis, dude, we just did a whole mock, y'all. Couple hours, man. If y'all are interested in what I gotta say about these players, interested in where I would take everyone, please go ahead, back up, see what I did, and I'm gonna actually take my time and go team by team. So Arizona Cardinal fans, I got you a new offensive line, a defensive front. And yeah, you just got a new offensive line if you're a Cardinals fan. If you're a Falcons fan, you got Ty Simpson, a weapon in its own corner. The Ravens, you got a whole new offensive line. You still got Elijah Surratt and another wide receiver. And you just got a whole new offensive line. Like the Ravens, that's really all I did. Bro, some of these teams need new rooms. You feel me? Like, the Bills, I know you got more. You got DJ Moore, but guess what? So you getting on Mark Cooper and Skylar Bell. Like, you're gonna get a wide receiver. Julian Neal is a corner that's like workable, you know? Like, wide receiver. I know you went out and traded for wide receiver. Make sure you still get one. Casey Concepcion, dude, this Panthers team in real life has been absolutely amazing. And getting Casey Concepcion for Ted McMillan as a duo, and then R. Mason Thomas and Jalen Phillips as a duo. Dude, this Panthers team in real life is a problem. Markel Bell. I mean, Bears fans, let me know what y'all think. Teams, fans, let me know what y'all think. Did I have a better draft than your team in real life? for a lot of these, I'm gonna go ahead and say no. Like a lot of these teams ended up with like even drafts to me because you got to remember it's my board. What happens in real life happens in real life. Peter Woods is a C plus on this. To me, C Peter Woods is an A plus of a pick, especially at 20. The Chiefs, what they did getting Peter Woods next to a Chris Jones is toxic. Um, Cowboys fans got y'all boys some defense, but I'm not gonna let y'all die on this too much. Just cool to see how me and your favorite team played out the draft differently. You know, like it is interesting because I am a random person on the internet and this is somewhat real. You know, it's not totally real, but it's a simulation. Um, I'm doing this because one day I want to be someone that could talk in an NFL room. And if I could keep getting these first round picks right, maybe that can happen one day, right? Um, Jacob Rodriguez, Zach Wheatley. This Colts draft, I think, is automatically better. Um, dude, this Colts draft was awesome. But like I said, some of these players who were available at spots they weren't available in, you know. Um, the Jaguars. What did I do with the Jaguars? I mean, dude, that's the thing about the Jaguars. I'm just replacing what they lost in free agency. Literally. Just replacing what they lost in free agency, which kind of a good thing, kind of a bad thing. Um gonna go back. I'm trying to go back and totally review the draft, but it won't let me. So go ahead and see what I did with your favorite teams, you know. Um Jaguars, Chiefs, Raiders. This is my favorite one. Dude, comparing what I did for the Raiders compared to what they did in real life. You got Fernando Mendoza, obviously, and then you get a offensive lineman, you get another offensive lineman, and do it one more time. Three offensive linemen next to Tyler Linderbaum and Colton Miller would have been a better draft. And then you go out and get your Eric Rivers, your Malachi Fields. You just go ahead and get wide receivers after that, bro. You're supposed to leave with a whole new O-line room. You feel me? Like some of these teams, I want to show y'all. I want to show NFL teams. I know more than the Raiders. Bro, leaving with an O-line instead of a stacked DB room when you got Genty, Mendoza, and Bowers is more valuable, especially they're all on rookie contracts, bro. What are we doing? This Rams draft, dude. Imagine if the Rams left with Kenyon Sadiq instead of Ty Simpson. Bro, Matthew Stafford in the red zone, you wouldn't know what to do. He could hand it off to the 5-time Pro Bowler. He could pass it to Devontae Adams, or the best receiver in football almost in Puka Nacua can be right open. But all of that, and you still have Kenyon Sadiq. And then whatever you got at quarterback next year would have, had Puka, Sadiq, and Kyron. Whatever happens with Devontae happens with Devontae, but like this team went Ty Simpson. Come on, man. Jay Sean Barham, Avion Terrell went in the first in real life, which come on. Gonna keep going ahead. This is another one of my favorite drafts that I did. You play Caden Proctor at right tackle. You play Spencer Fano at right guard. You have Aaron Brewer at center. You have Michael Morris at left guard, and you have Patrick Paul at left tackle. You got a whole new offensive line room. And y'all, this one is not like the other team. Spencer Fano at pick 30 would have not happened, but you could have did the other ones. Proctor actually happened. Michael Morris, bro, why are you taking corners instead, bro? Ain't like you gonna do nothing with them. You ain't doing nothing with these linebackers, bro. Stop. Vikings, this is a cool draft to me. You get Jake Slaughter to complete that great offensive line. Dylan Thieneman, like you went ahead and got Caleb Banks, bro. Caleb Banks, whose foot is broken after 3 years of not producing at 6'6", 400 pounds, 36-inch arms, and he gets no production. That says something. Patriots, these boys just hate drafting wide receivers. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. They be crying. They got no wide receivers. Don't draft any. It makes no sense. Saints, bro. This is kind of like what they did in real life. Wide receiver, D tackle, tight end, even the same one. Like, this is a cool Saints draft. Carnell Tate would have been awesome there, but they got Jordan Tyson, who's probably even better. This Jets draft isn't what the first 3 picks in real life was David Bailey, Sadiq, and Omar. That's low-key better. But at the same time, David Bailey inside was a problem too. Like, and then you got Jamal McCoy. Like, this is the team that's supposed to take Jamal McCoy and let him redshirt, you know? Like, come on, man. Caleb Downs, Caleb Lamu, Keegan Truss. These are all my guys, but like, this is my team, so that makes sense, right? Eagles, yeah, TJ Parker, Emmanuel McNeil Warren, Zachariah Branch. Oh, the Eagles team always find a way, right? Steelers, Makai Lemon. The Steelers totally botched the draft with that Max Ioniker pick right there. Like, you supposed to take a wide receiver, but they still ended up with Jeremy Bernard, so that's cool. But like, I hope Makai Lemon wasn't on the board, right? No, wait, right? Pick. I hope Makai Lemon wasn't on the board for the Steelers. I think the Eagles traded up one spot ahead of them in real life, but like a Garrett Nussmeier, dude, who are Drew Aller, bro? I let Drew Aller go undrafted, man. Like, come on, bro. We taking Drew Aller above him. 49ers, I wish they would just 49ers, they always got weird drafts. I really wish, bro, CMC clone. I wish they took CMC clone, bro. Holy CMC clone, Eli Heinrich, CMC clone, y'all. CMC clone. Wish they would have took them. Tampa Bay, Arvell Reese ended up still falling to this team. Crazy, right? And you still get Romelio Height. That's a lot of pass rush right there. And then you get Chris Brazzell. This Bucks team was going to have someone fall to them regardless. Jordan Tyson is the wide receiver I was higher on than the Titans than Tate, but like Tate is still a top 10 pick, right? But yeah, that will be it with me going over the draft. Last team is the Commanders. Imagine Dejon Stribling went first pick in the second round. I still had him as a day 2 pick. Like, that was around his grade. He was the first person on day 2. Was kind of shocking, but tight end, wide receiver, dude, this Commanders offense will be lit. But that's enough of me living in the fake world. Last time of me doing my draft recap. Yeah, Mendoza going first like everybody. I still got David Bailey too. I start change with Mauioga 3, Tyson 4, Downs 5, Dunker 6, Love 7, Tate 8, Delane 9, Caleb Lamu 10, Proctor 11, Ruben Bain 12, Sadiq 13, Owen 14, Reese 15, Styles 16, Zion Young fell in the second round in the pick 17, Dylan Thieneman 18, Casey Concepcion 19, Peter Woods. This was a fall. I have him top 10, 20, Makai Lemon 21, Akeem Ezra staying at 22, TJ Parker 23, Denzel Boston 24, Markel Bell 25, Omar 26, Emmanuel 27, Kalen still got him going to the Texans, but now at 28, Traden Stukes 29, Spencer Fano, I got him falling to 30, Chris Bell, Dog 31, and Jadarian Price 32. That'll be it for me. 5-hour episode. Tomorrow I'll be power ranking the college teams that's going into the season next year. Thank you, everybody, for having a nice day, and God bless everyone. And once again, I want to thank y'all. This was a 5-hour stream. If you tuned in for this entirely, like, maybe let me know in the comment section and I will leave a comment. But this is post-draft. Just did a whole mock. Thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Have a nice day and God bless.